Right, so
As we were saying 1 minute ago.
you said something something
I,
survival horror or
I
something.
yawned, then I said something survival horror, yeah.
I pointed out that there was a second bingo card made for the podcast.
Yeah.
And I pointed out that you might be literally
Bingoing
simultaneously crossing off 3 of the items on that bingo card.
I don't like the thing that you like.
So
I think the thing that you like is overrated.
it might be possible to even do like an entire 4, like, or 5, a full bingo row.
Yeah.
Although we probably missed one by being on a Monday today.
Oh. Oh, man. My favorite part of that is that last night, for me, the joke became way too real, in which I sent you a text and a Twitter message going, Wooly, I literally can't remember if the podcast is tomorrow.
No announcement equals normal time.
I don't know that. How would I know that? By listening?
And then at some point you said something, and then I said something to the effect of, consistency. You said
I said consistency is good for the soup.
And I said is good for Flanderization. And
I was like, wow, I'm miles past that shit.
Yes.
I'm in a new era.
But if you choose to lean into it and double down on it, then it's hard to walk it back when it sucks.
Oh, dude. I have encountered a fucking... I think Kevin Brown, Raylith, creator of Goofy MS Paint Comics, was the first to point it out. But it is becoming, like, double absurd. Which is my fucking YouTube thumbnails and my stream archives are 99 times out of 100 a picture of my head in some kind of, like, big camera, hey, everybody, thing. And the channels like Angriest Pat or Pat Stares At, and they're all like me holding my cat or me giving like double thumbs ups or being like ha yay, right? Like 99 out of 100. And people made jokes, haha Pat, oh so angry, right? And it's like, man, I got that nickname when I was 17. That was 16 years ago.
And then you typed it in to sign up for a new Twitch account 3 years ago.
Well, it can't be rolled back now.
You got that name when you were 17. That's fine. But every time every time a sign up page popped up and asked you for a username, you continued typing it in.
Because the brand, Wooly.
Because of the brand
that I am now tied to.
Yep.
You can have a 17-year-old brand. I meant you can have a brand when you're 17.
You could. Or Wooly Versus is some new shit.
Yeah, but it has your name in it.
It does.
And your name is a brand.
It's a weird name.
Yeah. Yeah. If your name was Joe, you wouldn't have called it Joe Versus. Because it would probably be too similar to the other Joe Versus account, which I'm just going to assume exists.
No, but then I would find some other kind of like... I'd find a pun if it was a common name to work it in there.
But what about in 20 years when you're no longer against things?
I'd call myself Ashdeno Joe. Or like something like that. Gearless Joe. I'd find a...
Well, the timing on that wouldn't work out quite, but...
No. But if I had a regular name, I'd find like cool puns for it. Because I feel like a lot of people with regular names get these double entendres.
Yeah.
You know?
All I got is like, I'll give you a real pat on the back.
Or I'd be a Joe Star.
Yeah.
You know? There's a lot of fun things you could do if you have a common name.
I think my favorite one is telling Paige that I can read her like a book. And then you just say nothing. And you just stare. And then you say... Because pages are in books. And then they're like, I hate this joke. It's terrible. I'm a big fan of ruining a joke for your own enjoyment.
You ever played the Page Master?
Is that a Super Nintendo game?
Sure was.
I saw the movie, but I didn't play the game.
It was bad.
That movie sucks, too.
I played the game for a really long time because it was one of the only games we had for a while when a friend brought it over, and it was just at a certain point it just became a curiosity to see if we could actually get to the ending of it. But at some point they just ran out of content, so they started like just duplicating the levels, and it wasn't even like an attempt to be like, go back to that old level and then there's new things in it. It was like, no, they would have a new name, but it would just be the exact same level again.
That's kind of great. Like, you think back in hindsight, and it's like somebody our age is going, oh, these fucking stupid kids.
They can't tell the difference.
They can't tell shit. That's fucking stupid.
That's probably 100% of the reason why that was done the way it was.
I absolutely...
It was insane. In addition to the fact that the poorly animated kid would keep using the same sound effects and go, "Hey!" a whole lot.
Because
But
children...
you can get so far.
Because children are not intelligent.
No, once you realize that the ceiling you have to build on is the cognitive abilities
of like
an idiot,
of a small idiot person.
an idiot, right? With no experience to understand what's happening, then you can just make the same things happen again and again and again.
Do you ever have like a moment of like what you feel is like smug victory, and then you realize it's actually like a sign of insecurity? Like when kids don't know how to do things, like they're bad at math. I'm like, kids are so fucking stupid. Can't even do fucking math. Look at this idiot. Right. And then I'm like, wait, why am I lording over my adult cognitive abilities over a slightly larger fetus?
You take your wins where you can get them. Yeah. No, I do believe that, there's an entire regularly seen thing where like you get your cat the expensive new toy and then it fucking ignores it en lieu of a fucking
the box, dude.
The box, right? That's the go-to.
Oh yeah.
Same thing for whatever. And like, yeah, a bunch of kids. Sometimes you'll see the brand new, like fucking toddler toy.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay, whatever, but this banana though.
Yeah.
Or like the joke gift banana that gets unwrapped and like kid is legitimately through the moon happy.
Yeah.
For the banana. And then, like, it's like, oh, the joke didn't work. Kid was too dumb to realize.
Like this is why we have to take care of you for so long, so you don't drown yourself. Because human children are worthless for forever.
So
and then
why
they turn into adults?
So why try to make new levels that create new challenges when same level do trick?
What you're gonna?
Why use many level
to do one level good
when one level do just trick fine?
Like a baby deer when it falls out of its mom and hits the ground.
Giraffe.
A lot of them do, actually.
Yeah, but giraffe is a higher fall.
True. They just get up and start walking.
Yes.
And they're good.
Yes.
They're slimy as shit, and that's gross.
Mm-hmm.
But good to go. What's up with you, babies? Oh, yeah. You can technically float if you're in a pool. Oh, wow.
Okay, well, turtles though, right? I'm a put you
sea
over.
Turtle.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I'm gonna drop you off here, in the aggro zone.
In
the like the red dots are on the map.
I'm gonna make sure to tell all the local murderers that you're here.
Like the little the orange vignetting when like a mule sees your package in Death Stranding. So the eggs are born into life, and as soon as they're born, orange lights are going, and the mom's gone, and it's like you got to find your way out of enemy territory, and that's mission 1.
I'm done with this part of the process. My role is complete.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Objective: survive immediately upon hatching.
I don't know the controls. Well, I guess that sucks for you.
That's not good, is it? Right? Yeah. This is nature. This is nature at its finest. And if you happen to make it back, that parental turtle might acknowledge your existence, but
They're probably like 300-400 miles away.
it's not even really
Yeah.
a guarantee. You kind of wade into the water and hope you find your way back. Man. Heihachi and Kazuya, that's really just like
That's the Animal Kingdom.
that's
right there.
that's what shit was, wasn't it?
That's like Heihachi and Kazuya. That's birds. Birds do that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
He gave him a couple years of feeding,
Yeah.
and then he didn't drop him like he didn't like stomp Kazumi and then have her shoot the baby right out over the cliff.
Nah.
Like, he was born and he raised him and he taught him some words and he taught him some fighting. And now that he's got the basis,
He's gonna nudge you off this cliff and hope you can fly.
right?
An ability he ironically learned later.
Yeah, yeah.
Which, I mean, if he had just...
At the same time, like, you do have to wonder how Heihachi thought that martial arts would defeat gravity.
Well, here's like the way that I always saw it is that Heihachi had a more extreme version of the mentality I was describing earlier in like 5 minutes ago, which was he's training Kazuya to fight, and Kazuya's like 6 and loses. And Heihachi's like, this kid's such a fucking pussy. You can't believe it. I punch him once and he like falls down. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
And Heihachi in his mind is like, well, I would survive a fall off this cliff, no problem. So fuck it. It'll toughen the kid up.
Maybe, so the thought's maybe like he'll break an ankle or two, but then he'll have to figure it out.
He's like, I could do it.
Yeah, it could be, I suppose.
Well, you can't do it, you dumb baby? And the answer is, yeah, I guess, but you seem insane.
Sure.
Heihachi's an asshole.
He's pretty not good. You know. Saying rules and all.
It's got cool hair, though. When is it even cool hair, or is it just unique?
Yeah, it's been long enough that it's cool now.
Okay.
You after a certain level of resilience, aka like 9 games, you do get to kind of just like be like, nah, that's the way it is.
That's a cool tough man hair.
It looked cool when he put the fancy like the fur coat trim over it.
Yeah.
And he started to be like full on.
That was a cool look.
It was a good
3.
look. It was a good look.
And then in 4 you got his like, I'm gonna wrap myself up like a fucking old man burrito diaper.
Yeah.
And you're like, no.
But that's nature. That's what
Wrapping
nature...
your old people up like burritos?
No. Like
Kids being weak?
Born into the aggro zone.
Yeah.
Survive first, then you can be alive.
Yeah, okay.
Life is conditional upon survival.
That's true. That's deep, man.
Might even...
That's crazy.
It's almost like nature has some sort of rules.
Nah, man, play to win.
Yeah.
When we trick all the birds into drinking bleach, we'll have finally gotten rid of their smugness.
I saw a really cool like clip. I think it was like a Nature is Metal clip of like what must have been, I want to say like a gazelle kind of drinking at a pool or whatever, watering hole, and I think a cheetah was gunning for it.
Yeah.
Or might have been just like a lion. But whatever it was closing in insanely fast. Yeah. And the gazelle like pump fakes to the right and goes to dart off, and the big cat just like straight line for where that place was going to be, and then it just cuts back the opposite way, and like it's to the point where like the momentum is so heavy on the big cat coming down after it that like it has no opportunity to remotely process that it didn't keep moving that way. Yeah. You know, it was like one of the sickest crossovers of all time. It was wild. Cat's knees got cut up.
That's great.
Juke.
I thought you were going to talk about one where like a lion is like stalking like a fucking deer or whatever gazelle. That's like one of them deers out there.
It's one of them, yeah.
and like it's gonna get it, it's gonna pounce, and then the water explodes, and a croc just bites the cat.
Yeah.
And it's
I
like
saw that
this
one.
is like a Jurassic Park moment.
That was one too.
And it's like good job, crocodile, not alligator. That's different. That's somehow a different animal, but okay.
Yeah, that's always wild. But again, it's almost more impressive when you see the Barry Sanders cut and fucking spin where they actually get away. There was one of a cat stalking up on, I believe it was a bird.
Like a regular cat?
Regular cat.
Oh, yeah.
And it's getting real low, and I think it was a bird. And then the bird just kind of fucking like, get the fuck away from me. And the cat literally just gets really sad. It like flattens out.
It's a fat cat
and
chasing
it's like,
the bird. And the bird looks at it and then flies away, and the cat just flops onto its side.
It's just full body, full body failure.
I'm a fat cat.
Can't do it.
I couldn't eat the bird.
Can't do it.
I hate it.
You are not capable.
I have given up.
Yes. Yeah, that was a roast.
That's great. That's super good.
That one was a fucking roast and a half.
Flight's really good.
Having the ability
to fly at whim away from things you don't want to be near.
Light bones.
Or towards things you want to be towards. That seems really good.
Yeah, I'd say so. Would you sacrifice hands for it, though?
Well, no, because hands enable you to hold a gun, which allow you to teach those smug flying bitches who's boss.
This is true.
Take that, you motherfucking duck. I'll get you.
Not to mention that,
you fucking necrophile rape freak.
That animals do that.
Ducks do that a lot.
They do. Yeah. If you were to, here's the other thing too. Like, there's two kinds of shot, and the weaker one is the one that's for taking you out. We don't even use the good one.
Yeah, because if we use the good one, you kind of explode.
Yeah. So, flight's nice, but there's some downsides, right?
Yeah.
I mean, now if you're going full on like hawk or eagle, well, like now you get the vision.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of downsides to that. That's just awesome all the way around. Well, the bones, that is a problem.
The bones isn't. Yeah, you're not sturdy. You're not that sturdy, but your talons are fucking rough and your beak's fucking rough.
I'm going to point out 99% of this conversation is being brought to you by watching Tirzu videos. Check him out on YouTube.
I mean, I'm just coming off of Ranger Rick magazine.
I don't know what that is.
That's what I used to read as a kid. Ranger Rick magazine, Owl magazine, and Nat Geo for kids kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. It was because my aunt owned the bookstore, and she would just send us.
Oh, yeah.
She'd send us comics every month, and she'd send us just like nature shit, because we were super into animals, and like Ranger Rick would have all these like profiles on like cool animals and shit. But the point remains, hollow bones, you know, it's a trade-off.
Strong to what's it called? Tension, weak to torsion. I think it is.
Yeah.
Because like our bones are, you know, they're basically rocks inside your body.
Yes.
So like, they you can't twist them, but they break instead of bending.
Yes. Here's the other thing, right? We get injured.
Yeah, I do.
When we get injured,
it's true.
We are usually like reduced in our effectiveness.
That's true.
But if a bird is injured, it might as well be dead.
Yeah, it's like horses. Did your horse get a lame foot?
You're done.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Right?
You look delicious.
And that's another trade-off.
Off to Talalos with you.
Yeah. So if we can bounce back, is that what you like them? The horse meat?
It's always been suspected that there are horses in those burgers.
Well, if they somehow get the gamey meat to be that crumbly,
dude, I don't care. I would eat a horse. Not a whole horse. They're big. Ain't no reason you can eat a horse. Can't eat a horse.
Yeah, if imagine if the last time you stubbed your toe, that was the end of your life.
I'd be fucking fucked, man.
Yeah, so
I bump into shit all the time.
So this is what sucks about having those wings and having that, like, you know, all those other buffs.
Yeah.
Is you got no sustaining power.
Low maximum HP.
You got nothing going on there.
That's not good.
We have a shield, and we have an HP regen that hits a cap before the shield is there.
I'm a fan of that.
You know?
I'm a fan of thinking that I have a bunch of rocks. The bones are rocks. Because they're rocks.
Like, we have the ability to, like, completely amputate a limb.
Yeah.
Not everyone can do that. Dogs can do that. Dogs can rock it with 3 feet.
Yeah. Some animals can do that, like, laughably easy.
Right?
Like dumbass starfish.
Sure. Lizard doesn't give a fuck what it loses.
Yeah.
You know? I've seen it in Grenada. But you want all those bird buffs, well, now you got to take the trade-off. Your wing goes down even partially. That's it.
Though some birds don't really need their heads. It's old story about that chicken that was getting made for dinner and survived for like a while.
You hear about it. I don't know.
It's because chickens are so fucking stupid that
is
their
that
brains.
Was that story real?
Yeah, it is. The deal with that is that animals that are stupid enough, enough of their body is being automated by their brain stem and not their head. So, if you feed them with an eyedropper, they'll manage for like a good bit.
Yeah, but at that point, it's just motor functions, though, right? There's
Hey, loves chemicals.
You can't think. It's just your body's just doing things.
Chickens barely think anyway.
I mean,
And this is what the aliens up top are saying to us. Oh, they're barely even communicating. Oh, with their mouths? What a bunch of primitives.
Yeah.
Hey, if you got zapped up an alien spacecraft right now, and they were like, hey, you guys are like ants, we're going to eat you. You guys are delicious. Would you even be mad?
I would ask them if they could show us some cool shit first.
All right. See, that's a fair request.
So it's like, you guys got here. You're speaking our language. You're clearly, like, we got no shot.
Yeah.
We got no shot.
No, I don't mean like an invasion. I mean like they literally just zap up just you. And they're like, yeah, every year on Alien Jesus Day or whatever, do we eat a human?
Okay.
Because it's delicious.
Do you need a Silver Surfer like Harold?
I don't think they do.
Okay, but check this out, though.
Okay.
I can show you the juiciest humans.
Oh, see?
But I need the power of flight.
I
need the power of boosting tech. I need whatever you're using to zap people up. I need a micro version of that.
I love how, like, every bad situation that I've ever given you hypothetically turns into, how can I sell somebody else out faster?
Oh, for cool
and more effectively.
Power-ups, baby. Give me those power-ups. Yeah. I will find you the juiciest.
Don't let Wooly talk to the aliens. Don't let him do it.
Right. Just share some of that tech, and I'll do you one so much better.
And they're like, no, but we already have the juicy finder.
But what about, like, I can even find you like the juicy ones that, like, no one would be mad if you grabbed them. You know? It'd be great. It'd be great. Suit me up. You know how
we already have the juicy finder.
Yeah.
It's just a alien dowsing rod, and they pull back a curtain, and it's just a pair of juicy pants.
Juicy pants.
And they're like, you humans are so dumb, you marked yourselves.
The ones who are wearing the juicy pants.
They gotta go. They're delicious.
There
We're gonna
it is.
eat them.
And you know what? You're not even wrong.
Oh man, I can't.
So yeah, you know, take your Silver Surfer, and he's rocking out. But the only difference is, he's got no problem with what's going down. And he's like, take me. I will be your herald. And it'll be fucking rad. I'm super down for this. Let's go. I mean, what kind of aliens would show up, come this far away, and not admire that, you know?
I mean, I don't know. They're aliens. You don't know. They could just be like a giant protoplasmic blob with unknowable intentions.
Except for consuming the juicy ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
fucking, yeah. I'll
You
round
don't
them
know.
up.
Yeah.
Round them
That's
up in the juicy camp.
That's terrible. I hate it. I hate it. That might be the worst, stupidest thing you have ever said.
Easy. It's an easy task. What else we doing? I'll get it done by Thursday.
Oh, come on, man. What? No, that's self-defeating. You have to constantly have long delays, because if it's got done by Thursday, they'll be like, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Into the juicy camp with you now.
Oh, well, they don't want all
Juice
of them.
Juice
No, they want
Master.
the juicy ones. And, like, again, more than you could ever, you know?
My god.
At some point, they're going to be satiated. So.
Yeah, I don't know that. They could have like a pan-galactic empire.
Yeah. But, like.
They could be the Brother Moons.
But you know how far and wide it
Oh
like,
my god, is that what the necromorphs are?
You know how far away the next viable life forms are? Insanely far.
They're far.
We're super rare. You know that. Even
do
if
know.
you are light speed traveling,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. You still know that unless you're reality hopping.
Take it up with Fermi, alright? Just go argue with him in his grave.
In the paradox.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I say, you want a farm more than you want a feast.
There's a really good,
You know?
actually, you know what this reminds me of? You saw Castlevania, right?
Yep.
That part where Godbrand goes in to yell at Dracula.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, what are we gonna do when you kill all the humans?
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. So you know how like the buffalo were just so dumb that you could like steer them off a cliff?
Yeah, they didn't understand gravity too well.
No. And the problem with that is now you have too much meat, too many dead buffaloes,
Many buffaloes.
and like you just needed 1 or 4, and now you have 50 dead, the entire herd in one shot. What do everyone's gonna eat one whole buffalo? Fuck off! You're crazy with
No,
that.
you're gonna die if you do that.
So that method of getting the buffalo was way too effective.
It was laughably effective.
To a problematic point. It killed way too many of
If
them.
only the buffalo could understand the concept of gravity.
If only there were freezers back then.
Really? Wait, what?
Then you could freeze the meat. It's not as fresh, obviously. But yes, finding a better way to not kill all the buffalo in
That's
one shot.
your takeaway?
No, it's just one of it's one of the potential
That's
solutions.
your takeaway from the total eradication of the buffalo? Is that, man, it would have been way less wasteful to have eaten all of them if there were freezers?
It would have been better than all than what happened. Anything would have been better than what happened. Having them all like too much food to eat, and now it's got a time limit on it. That's terrible. You fucking
Food having a time limit isn't fair.
You know?
It isn't fair to anything that has to eat.
Yeah, but like if it didn't, then no, because you have a time limit.
No, I don't. Shut up.
So everything that has a time
You
limit
don't know what you're talking about.
has to consume things that have a time.
I'm gonna transfer my brain into that toilet
Okay, well,
and live forever.
yeah. So that's exactly it. It was way too effective, and that's what I'm saying. So you want to wipe your whole juicy population out, and then the rest of the planet? Fuck that. You don't want that. You only want a few, and then you want it to sustain, and then
So what is this? There'll be like some fucking far off utopia of the rail thin flat people that fear no alien.
Or there
No
will be
juicies here.
Or there will be a lottery that culture develops to have the juiciest.
Oh yeah.
That is always going to be chosen for sure.
Oh yeah.
But in exchange for their sacrifice, they are given a comfy life and all that horrible
All that shit.
You know the start of that That Tim Schafer game there.
What?
The newer Tim Schafer game, the point and click one.
I'm completely
Broken
blank.
Age.
Oh,
The start of
yeah.
Broken Age.
Okay, I didn't.
Okay. So the start of Broken Age is like you're in the village, and then like they have to on whatever birthday, the big monster comes and takes the girls from the village.
Okay, so it's the Orochi.
And it's like they kind of have the sacrifice kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's like one of those things, you know.
It's like the Orochi or fucking Logan's Run or
yeah, any of the like, oh, you win the lottery or you know, what was it? What's the Mockingbird there?
The what?
Mockingbird?
What is the Mockingbird?
Mockingbird movie.
To Kill a Mockingbird?
No, not that one. The new one, the one that's all like the battle royale.
The
battle royale, Mockingbird. Hunger Games. Hunger Games.
Is the word Mockingbird even in that title?
Isn't it? Or is it Mockingjay? Mockingjay?
What is the what are you talking?
Mockingjay.
That's completely different.
I don't fucking know, dude. It's the thing over there.
Katniss has her bow and arrow.
Mockingjay. Is that a type of bird? That's a type of bird, isn't it?
Mockingjay? I'm going to assume it's not a movie about giving the boots to Jay Bauman.
No, okay. My mom used to sing a song about
I love.
My mom used to sing a lullaby about mockingbirds when I was a kid, when I was a young little baby, and I've never heard of mockingjays until this movie, but my brain always wants to say mockingjay, a mockingbird rather. Let me look that up real quick.
What? Did Katniss start the Year of the Bow?
I don't know anything about that. I saw the first one on TV one time. A mockingjay is not a real bird.
Sick.
It's inspired by a mockingbird and a jabberjay, which is also part of the mythology of the Hunger Games. Thanks, Google.
Wait, did you say the mythology of the Hunger Games?
That's apparently what we're looking at.
All these young adult novels are trash. You know what's a good young adult novel? Fucking Dragonlance.
Margaret Weiss, Tracy Hickman.
Fucking just a bunch of nerd shit written, loosely adapted from their regular ass D&D sessions.
I feel like it's gonna always be the thing that we come back to, but it's also like it's the last.
Shut up! It's so cool.
It was it's the last thing I read as when I was a kid, and I was like, yeah, this is rad, and then I just left off there.
Kaz the Minotaur got to go on his second book adventure.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, and you could even take it back to the Knight Huma.
Yeah.
And his original Minotaur.
That was the first book I ever read of any of those.
Yeah.
Which was really confusing.
Ooh, chronological order?
Yeah.
No,
it just happened to be the first one I picked up.
Hmm.
And so in every other book they ever taught, oh man, Huma was the bust. He was so good.
Yeah.
He was so good. He fucked that dragon.
He had no confidence.
Fuck that dragon.
He was so unconfident.
Yeah. But is the coward way where the dragon turns into a pretty lady?
Yeah. Takesis.
Yeah. No, that's the evil one.
Mm-hmm. What are you talking about?
No,
you're not talking about the villain.
No.
Oh, you're talking about like.
No, he had a girlfriend, man.
Oh, okay, yeah.
She's a dragon.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
She's all silver and shit.
Yeah, I forgot the names of the other characters in that.
Yeah.
But. Yeah.
I remember there was this. You remember the romantic subplot with Tannis, where he's like, "Do I go with the human lady,
Tannis half moon,
and I'm gonna get really old? Sorry, she's gonna get really old and
Elven
die, and I'm gonna be young and cool, or am I gonna date this cool elf chick, and I'm gonna get really old and die, and she's gonna stay like 25 forever?"
Yep.
And then you see in the sequel book, he made the right decision.
Hmm.
Because that human lady, evil. That's why it was the right decision.
Remember when it was like, there's the Qualinesti, and like there's these like assholish elves that are all up their own ass, and then they go, yeah, you think we're bad? Check out the Sylvanesti.
Holy shit!
And they're like double assholish, super duper fuck you, human fucking fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Two types of lithe and annoying elvish fucks. Super beautiful, etc.
Oh my god. I'm pretty tired. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but in my tired state, the neuron pathways don't go in the right directions, and sometimes they just fire off to the side to non-relevant information. I just remembered something that you were laughing to tears about like 10 years ago, which was a photo of Agent Smith with the little Elrond curls from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it was pretty... Comedy was pretty simple back then. Simple Photoshop. Didn't take much. I don't even... All I remember is Hugo Weaving saying Gondor.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Hey, did you like Tasselhoff Burfoot?
Tass was great.
He was really cool.
His side book was great.
He was great.
Yeah.
And he was like... He's a Kender, so he had the top knot, and he would use... And that was the place where I learned the term Wanderlust.
Yeah.
That's where that term
I think that was the
came
name of his book.
Yeah.
His solo book.
Yeah, and it's what all of his race are afflicted with, where they can't sit still.
That and stealing.
Yes.
Please stop taking my medicine.
Yeah. It's
I need my medicine to live.
It's 100% fantasy realm ADHD, and they can't help it, and they'll like laugh it off and be like, okay.
No, this is totally yours.
And then it's back in their hands somehow. And like, wait, what? I didn't know. What?
That's crazy.
It was great.
Yeah.
It was great. Kenders are great. And if you happen to go into the trilogy of the future where they had the Joan of Arc girl, and like, it was like you know how you had the seasons books.
Yeah.
So then there was the future books of like Dragons of a Forgotten Moon, and I forgot what they're called.
I only read the first of the future ones.
Yeah.
And man, that fourth book, Dragons of Summer, whatever.
Yeah, I forget that.
It had
right
it opened my brain eye to one of my favorite concepts still, which was because it's a D&D styled fantasy universe in which anybody who is an adherent to whatever divine patron, whatever, they're gonna fucking do the kinds of things that their alignment chart says they do.
Right.
So the chaotic evil motherfuckers are gonna go chaotic evil to the maximum. And some asshole knight just goes, dude, we would have won that war so good if our leaders hadn't all backstabbed each other to death. Like we would have crushed that shit.
But we were so full of shit.
We're so evil.
Yeah. Empire style.
Right? And so they're like, what if we just like had evil goals?
Yeah.
But just did them. And then it becomes this like 100 times worse new threat.
Because everyone's like, this is really stupid. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. That was Dragons of a Fallen Sun. Right? And they have a new chick who shows up and like unites all under her banner for the new god.
Yeah, and they're like, what if it was like a real team effort for evil?
Yes.
Like, and we'd win super easy, right? Yeah, we would. And then they totally do.
Coordinate.
They win super easy.
Yeah, the coalition. Everybody get together, have a press conference, let everyone know we're teaming up. No more bullshit, no more backstabbing.
I mean, Christ, this might be a fucking plot point in the future, but what if, like, every single villain in Hero Aka all just, like, was on one conference call?
So, there was a bit like that was in FF10 where it was, like, all the stupid little monsters you're fighting every once in a while, like, because you just wipe through them as you go through the game. And then there's a point where, like, you get attacked by, like, 5 of them. Yeah. But it's, like, 2 birds, 2 robots, and, like, some swamp monsters or whatever. And you're just like, okay, so the coalition has been formed, right? The beasts of the earth.
No, we don't
and
like
the creatures of the sky. and the tech nightmares
robots
have all gotten together and formed a nice little predator, like, yeah, now best friends. And, like, we realize we will all die horribly, but if we do this together, maybe there's a chance. So they're calling out the press conference and taking questions about their new unison, and they get stomped anyway.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. The Jobber Squad. So you said you never went into, like, Dragons of a Lost Star or Vanished Moon after that?
I read, I think, every book that came out up until a certain date, and then it was just over from then on.
Okay. Well, those books continue because, like, or rather, they're pretty much, it's mostly a new cast, and, like, you kind of find out what happens to the old cast, but Tasselhoff is in there the whole time, hanging out, doing his thing. He's just an old fucking Kender now, but he's still in there doing it, and it's great. Spry. It's great. Totally awesome. And it's one of those bits where it's just like, you know, he has his moments of being serious when the time comes.
I really need my arthritis medication.
For the most part,
dude, can you seriously?
He's still a fucking Kender asshole.
Yeah.
That's a Dragonlance, man. That was a fun series. That's a good.
Oh man. That's good stuff, man.
Did you ever get into the Ishtar stuff? Where it was like,
I got into the series of books where fucking Raceland's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And time traveled him and his brother back into Ishtar
Time of the Twins, Test of the Twins, War of the Twins.
Yeah.
And so there's a book where they expand on Ishtar entirely, where it's just like, this city was so fucking up its own ass.
Oh, it was so good, though. That
the gods were just like, I'm going to take this mountain and put it on top of you and pretend you never happened.
Oopsie.
It's a mountain now. Yeah.
Get fucked.
That was
the balance, man. Got to keep the balance and whatever. God, do you... I'm going to fucking...
What?
I'm trying to think.
Books?
God, there was a fucking another series of books. Because you remember Fizban, right?
Fizban, I never read Fizban books, but I heard Tale of Fizban from my DM friend who would tell us about...
Because he shows up in the main series a couple times.
Yeah.
But there was another series of books that was not Dragonlance that he appeared in.
So hold on a second. Because Fizban is just Paladine.
Yeah.
Right? In his masked form. But are you perhaps thinking of Fistandantilus?
No. That's a different guy.
Oh, are you not?
That was Raceland's fucking...
No. Fistandantilus is not even Dragonlance.
Wait, really?
I think Fistandantilus was like it's like another wandering wizard dude from a different realm entirely. I never read any of those books.
I think, God, what the fuck was it? What was it? The fucking Seeker? No, fucking. It's gone now. We're talking.
Am I fucking it up? I am fucking it up. No, I mixed up the names there. Okay.
Fistandantilus was the guy that Raceland was a huge fan.
Yes, that's what it was. What am I thinking of then?
I don't know.
There's another mage that was like a popular mage.
Because there was a fucking 4-series book that was like Discworld, but it wasn't like Discworld. It was elemental based. Margaret, I think it was done by Margaret.
Was it Margaret Weiss?
Maybe. Tracy Hickman. It was about this asshole that didn't have magic, but he had a sword that ate magic.
Elminster.
Oh no, that's the D&D guy. That's straight up Forgotten Realms.
That's who I was thinking of.
Yeah, you're thinking Elminster.
The fucking...
Because I'm pretty sure Elminster shows up in like Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, he's got like a million books. Elminster in Hell.
Yeah.
And then Elminster does this, and Elminster fucks off. Elminster makes a sandwich.
Elminster fucks off. That was the name of the book. Did you just say?
Yeah.
That's a good book.
Yeah, I remember that every time I would go to the bookstore, or to the comic store actually, and I'd go to the Dragonlance section, I'd have to scroll my hand past a bunch of Elminster books and Drizzt.
People in our chat are going like Black Clover. I'm like, guys, we are talking about like 94. Like 95 tops.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. Never did Wheel of Time. I heard a lot of good things about it.
Wheel of Time was really good, and then you hit book 8 and 9, and Jordan decided that plot threads don't need to be finished; they just need to be continued forever. And the first, I think it was 8 or 9, whichever one. The first like entire chapter is like a conversation between two main characters about the state of global politics, and it lists off like 200 characters. And I was like, I don't know if I can handle this, man.
Ouch.
This is a lot.
Okay. So I'm not going to lie. There's moments where Legend of the Galactic Heroes kind of has those conversations. And at first you're like, who is that? Oh God, right?
I don't know who that is.
Because I'm gonna be real with you. By the end, there's a cast of maybe 50 characters.
Yeah.
That are like generals, sub-generals, politicians, soldiers, crew, right? So like, you know how like, you know, whatchamacallit, 0079, you learn pretty much the entire staff,
the crew
of the white base. You learn so it's one of those things where you get to know the entire staff, right? And then you get to know the entire villain lineup, and then you get to know the entire like neutral third party lineup, and then the chess pieces change. So by the end you're looking at a bunch of like anime multicolored hair. Like, there's the guy with the green hair, there's the guy with the blue hair, there's the red-haired kid, the blonde-haired kid, he's a good kid, and like, you just go through it, but that slow burn of too much information eventually becomes, like, very coherent and just the best thing. It's almost like how Game of Thrones starts off with too many players, and then starts to fix that problem over time.
Over time? More like immediately.
Yeah, sure. But I remember somewhere in like I think maybe it was the second or third season where like the camera would jump around to follow like 5 different parties while they were up to their shenanigans, and it was like, man, I really only care about 2.5 of these parties, right? So every one of the kids is up to their own thing, and then each Lannister is up to their own thing, and maybe we'll also go check in with a fucking Greyjoy every once in a while. And it was like, oh, we could do with like no Greyjoys and like half of those kids, you know?
I have an answer to my earlier Fizzband confusion.
Sure.
There is a book series called The Deathgate Cycle.
The Deathgate Cycle. I've definitely heard of the Deathgate Cycle.
Written by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman.
Yes.
Which follows a fucking goddamn bunch of characters, but more importantly, there's a wizard in it called fucking Zifnab.
Oh, really? They just
who has and he's like, "What's your name?" And he's like, "Fizz, I mean Zifnab," straight up. And when asked about this, the quote is, "The answer is that Fizzban is a crazed wizard owned by TSR under copyright, while Zifnab is a completely different crazed wizard owned by Margaret and I."
But isn't it all? But hold on, didn't that also take place on Kryn?
No, that took place in its own goofy ass universe. It was all like every planet's an element. It was like Shadow Raiders.
I thought it took place on Kryn. Okay, so it really was its own separate thing that
completely owned,
license,
completely owned, 100% different thing. We promise.
Okay, so I remember, I remember my friend that got me into all of these told me that they would hold on a second. When asked for his name, he says, "Fizz, nope, can't use that one."
Yeah, straight up.
That's hilarious. He literally said, "Oh, can't use that." That's great. That's really good. So Zifnab, yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I was gonna say that the most impressive thing I remember hearing was that they're a writing team, but like part of the magic of the writing team was also that their stories were just campaigns.
Yep.
They played out.
The one that I remember
And
the most
converted into
vividly
manuscripts.
is that they wanted to use a charm on a gnome to get through some sequence and accidentally rolled a natural 20, which caused the charm spell to become permanent. And then that became that character.
And the gnome was obsessed
and became a NPC.
Oh, who was she in love with? Was it Raceland?
I believe it was Raceland.
It was Raceland, right? Yeah, he had a little gnome
fangirl.
Fangirl, yeah, and she'd never leave his side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, did you ever read the one where the 13 gnomes get trapped on the magic moon?
No.
Oh, dude, it's so awesome.
Which one of the moons?
The
Nuitari?
I forget
Lunitary?
which one, but one of them. I think it's the red one.
Solinari?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
But they all get random magical bullshits, and one of them has like a rain cloud over his head the whole time.
Wow.
Which is where they get fresh water to not die. But then he's like getting like super depressed because his clothes are like melting off, and he is literally being rained on 24 hours a day.
That's fucked. I remember they go to Thor Barden, the dwarf home, I think. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the plot is the same as every dwarf plot.
Yeah.
Which is, fuck you and your kind. We're gonna do our machining.
We're gonna do our digging.
We don't need your help. And it's like, no, but you're all gonna die though if you don't listen to us. And it's like, we've been fine for years.
Yeah.
Also,
literally every single fucking dwarf plot line in everything.
Yep. And this time around, twist is they hate Kender too, because Kender Steel.
But Flint and Tass are besties.
But it was rough going at first.
Oh man.
Right. Something about a dwarven woman having a good beard you can hold on to.
Well, that's a Gimli thing.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, they fucking hated Kenders, I remember.
Oh god. So you didn't play Mass Effect 2, right?
No.
So in Mass Effect
race hatred?
In Mass Effect 2 or 3, I forget which one, but I remember the dialogue.
Like the actual definition of racism when two different alien races are...
but you ask somebody, I think it's 2, you ask a Turian, like the bird-looking dudes, how come I don't see any chick Turians anywhere? And they go, Saren, dumbass. and Shepard goes, what? He goes, nah, I'm just kidding. No, you guys wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Oh, that's interesting.
Right? It's like, I'm just messing with you. But it's like
they don't have our sexual traits.
Yeah, they're not as dimorphous as humans are.
Sure.
So you wouldn't be able to tell.
Totally.
But it's this nice little fucking like, oh, humans always fall for this one.
What's the there's a bunch of that in Star Trek too, right?
Oh, don't even get me started.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to, but I do. All I know is that like there's that the Cardassians, not Kardashians, are like,
you know what, it's interchangeable. You can do whatever.
Sure.
They're evil.
Kim Ye hates all is it Worf or is it it's the
this sucks.
Hold on. I know his race. Worf's race is the
this sucks.
It's the Klingon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Klingon. There you go. Right, I forgot for a second. Right. They hate each other, right?
The Cardassians and the Klingons?
Yeah.
Yeah, in general.
They have a super long war.
Yeah, they do in DS9. They got beef. Mainly because one is a bunch of dirtbags and the other is honor, but also dirtbags.
And they just can't get along.
No, they don't get along. No. Blanking on Klingon, huh?
I blanked on Klingon.
The single most famous fantasy race of all time. Except for elves, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
The Wharf. What's the Wharf?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck.
I think Ferengi actually is a name that burrowed in there.
Ferengi are weird because they
Deeper.
were terrible, 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 and then Quark. And then Quark is the shit. And then the Ferengi are saved.
I wonder what the most popular alien races are.
Alien
overall.
race?
Klingon is pretty high up there. If we were playing Family Feud, it would be pretty fucking high up there.
Take a hot lady. All right, you got a hot lady in your mind?
Oh, okay. We're not talking about
Blue.
the Roddenberry style.
Blue. Now she's blue. You're done. There you go.
Wait, hold on. You don't think Vulcans are more popular than Klingons?
Hell no. People don't like Vulcans.
But isn't it more well known because?
No, they're lame. They're fucking lame.
No, but Klingons didn't become what they are until like that. They had to switch over from the black and white weirdos into the things that we saw.
I don't know what you are saying. I literally don't know what you are talking about.
Old Star Trek.
Yeah.
Spock and fucking Kirk.
Right.
Introduced Vulcans.
That's right.
So therefore that was out there from that point.
That's correct.
Okay. Now Klingons
showed
up in that world in a completely different aesthetic.
Yes, they did.
They had a weird black and white face thing.
No.
What did they look like?
They look like dudes with mustaches.
Okay, they look like they
look like dudes with mustaches.
Okay, never mind then. Forget the black and white thing. That's something else entirely.
That's a completely different thing.
That's
that's a racism analogy episode because it's actually two different races.
Awesome.
One has the black on the left side and the other has black on the right side.
Yes, totally not that. Okay, got it. So this when they were just had mustaches.
Yeah.
And they were nowhere near as popular as Vulcans when they were introduced in
That's
that
right.
context.
Right up until Star Trek II, where they became the Klingons that you are familiar with.
Yes. Now you think that overtook the popularity of Vulcans from back then?
Instantly.
Oh yeah? Okay.
Instantly.
Okay. Yeah. It's
and then they got Christopher Lloyd to play an evil Klingon in the third one.
It's one of those bits where I'm like inclined to think that like stuff that comes from the old era is just in the mindset of the people. It's in the zeitgeist harder than the new thing.
I'm gonna steal like a comment because it's dead on.
Yeah.
And it's Vulcans are so space elves that Romulans are literally dark space elves.
Romulans too. That's true. Yeah.
It's literally just dark elves.
Yeah, they hate each other too.
They don't like each other.
Yeah, I remember that.
Because like the Vulcans are all like, oh, be calm and logical and shit, and then the Romulans are like, that shit's for pussies. Conquer it, bitches.
So you would put
top of the list for Star Trek. It's Klingons. Okay, they're at the top of the sci-fi.
All sci-fi.
And then if you want to go fantasy, I guess the elves are winning out.
See,
because people like elves and they're all willowy and shit.
Okay, but maybe like
doing a tree.
I think Wookiees are way up there.
Fucking, you're insane. There's one good Wookiee, Zalbar.
It's not the point. I'm not saying how good they are. I'm saying how many people that don't care about sci-fi know about them.
Well, luckily enough,
like this entire discussion has nothing to do with the quality of the characters and everything to do with just their mind space in the population of planet Earth.
Well, luckily enough, Star Wars isn't sci-fi.
Okay. Well,
hey. Okay. That's cheap. I'm not going to use that.
Okay, Wookiees are not popular. Okay.
Well, no, I mean, in Star Trek, Star Wars they are, but like Star Trek. So we're talking.
I have no idea. I'm just.
We're talking about Star Trek and Star Wars, which is really upsetting to me because both became like fucking incredibly terrible in the early aughts. Right. Like, you want to fucking put a cap on the quality of these things? Fucking stop at the new millennium.
Is a xenomorph the most popular alien? Can anyone would they be able to call it a xenomorph?
99% of people don't know that thing's called the xenomorph.
No, they're just, it's the
alien from the Alien movie.
Aliens from Aliens, yeah. Definitely. E.T.
Fuck E.T. E.T.'s a bitch.
E.T.'s gone, though.
Yeah, E.T. died.
E.T.'s not around anymore.
E.T. died of
when I was growing up, E.T. was very much in the mind share, but now that's gone. Yeah. I guess so when it comes to sci-fi.
Yeah.
Are you putting Like what's your top 3?
Top 3?
Yeah. Is it all Star Trek for top 3?
No, it wouldn't. It'd be Klingons for sure at the top, and then you'd get. I don't even care enough to go for 2 and 3. I'll be honest. Sci-fi is so shitty. Every sci-fi is terrible, except for the ones that are okay.
I don't know.
The worms from Dune.
Are you crazy? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's it goes Klingons, then the worms from Dune.
Generic Martians. You know? Full on X-Files.
Yeah, the Mars Attacks assholes.
Mars Attacks.
Yeah, there it is. That's the 3 most
popular ever.
Oh man.
In about 5 years' time, it's gonna go back to fucking Avatar Pandora.
Oh my god, the Na'vi.
The Na'vi are coming back.
Fuck.
The Na'vi are coming back hard.
They're just blue big elves again.
But
it's always just elves.
Okay, so I've heard 2 different people on 2 different podcasts talk about their experience going to the Avatar movie ride.
Yeah.
At Universal or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently that thing is so all encompassing and it's so immersive that you get emotional when you have to leave.
Oh, shut up.
And both of these were from people that were like, I don't care about this stupid kids franchise, but this ride was incredible. And it's like, I'm legit curious to know what would like crack the hearts.
Feels like a fucking cult machine.
It's like the hardened asshole comedians are going, nah, you don't understand, man. You have a connection with this thing by the end. It's crazy.
So fucking...
And I'm like, yeah, that post-Pandora depression syndrome, like whenever Avatar 2 and 3 come back, if they even happen.
You want to test something, fucking throw my jaded ass in there. We'll really see what can crack a fucking...
That's what I'm curious
cynical
about.
point of view, fucking dumbass.
That's what I'm curious
I
about.
saw that movie in theaters twice because I really was impressed by the 3D. Because it was impressive. But then, like, the idea of, like... oh my god, it's just like it's an idyllic space planet.
But all it really, really was is the fact that I'll never forget that it's like the most impressive thing they did was use 3D to create depth instead of shoot things at you.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
Yeah.
For years, we had 3D tech. When I was a kid, I went to fucking Disney. They had Captain EO with 3D in it.
Oh, look, something's falling. Whoa!
Yeah, and it was just objects coming at the screen. It wasn't, you know what I mean? Like, we had that tech, but no one thought to make it create depth into the screen as opposed to shooting things in front of your face. Because shooting things in front of your face sucks.
It's terrible. Some people like it. I don't like it.
So, yeah, that's going to take over. Hard. Top 10 alien races in film.
Are you watching a goddamn Watch Mojo video? I could hear the fucking...
startup of it?
The fucking startup
All right.
of a Sunday Wasted.
See, I don't think this is necessarily going to be the most popular. It's just the list of the things they like the most.
I hate this. I hate it. I hate what I've turned this podcast into with my dumb ideas.
Predators are up there for sure.
Yeah, they're cool.
Borg are up there.
Yeah. Well, they're zombies, by the way. They're just as
I don't know shit about shit, but I've definitely, you know...
Hey, Wooly, you're not super familiar with Star Trek.
You get assimilated into the Borg.
Do you ever see that part where Picard and fucking Riker shoot a guy and his head explodes in incredibly graphic way?
No.
It's fucking crazy. Hold on, let me fucking find it. Picard shoots alien guy, head explodes. He turns into a ribcage.
Which one was that?
It's in TNG. It's the season 1 finale.
Okay, so this is...
It's crazy.
We've got a list here from some other website. The most memorable alien species in TV and movies. Do you want to hear this list?
Nah, I'm good. I just want to watch this guy's head explode.
Okay, well, too late. I'm giving you the list because it actually contextualizes some of the shit we've just been talking about. Coming in at number 14 is District 9.
Fuck you.
13
The prawns?
symbiotes, 12 predators, 11 xenomorphs, 10 Daleks. What are you doing?
Getting over here with my phone.
What's going on?
Check out this that aired in 1989 at 8 o'clock at night.
Star Trek, Picard and Riker blow up an alien. Oh, yeah. I've seen that. That was super violent. That was wild. That was fucking crazy. Why did they do that on TV? That's insane. I remember that because I've seen that gif of the two of them shooting their phasers at things edited into other things, right? And it just them intensely being like, fucking kill you. And like it just cuts to other things
and then a giant worm monster crawls out of his rib cage and his torso falls to the sides.
You can YouTube that at Riker and Picard.
I typed in Picard and Riker shoot alien.
Yeah, totally. I saw that. I've seen that thing. They look so determined to murder.
That thing's evil.
That's great.
That thing was the original Borg.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That was the end of the first season, and they're like, oh, he sent a signal out to way out there. We don't know what's gonna happen. And they were supposed to be the long-term like evil threat of like body snatchers, and it was decided to not do that, probably because it was so like laughably violent. So instead we got space zombies.
And then they came back seasons later?
No, they never came back.
Oh, you're saying...
When I say they were the original Borg, I mean that was they were being planned long term to fill the role that the Borg eventually did.
I see. Sorry. Okay. I misinterpreted.
And then they were like, we can't just have them fucking blowing people into actual chunks.
Yeah, okay.
So we made the Borgs, and
As
the Borgs just grab you and teleport you away.
Right. Okay. Because for a second I was about to say, like, wait, how many Star Trek, like, significant villains or villain races came from, like, a fucking prototype step race episode that then got turned into something big? But, yeah, never mind. You're talking about something else entirely.
Star Trek uses a lot of ideas and then drops them.
Number 10, Daleks.
Fuck Daleks.
You are an enemy of the Daleks.
I hate Daleks. They're stupid.
You will be destroyed.
Daleks look like those weird plunger-based sex machines that people have.
They're evil R2-D2s, bro.
Okay.
Number 9, Jawas.
Yeah, they're okay.
Number 8, Groot.
Yeah, dude. That's what happens when you look at these lists.
Flora Colossus is the
Shut
actual
up. Yeah, whatever.
name
Vin
dropped
Diesel.
here.
Vin Diesel's a tree.
Yes, Groot, specifically Groot. Number 7, the Na'vi.
Oh.
Number 6, Q.
It's not... Whatever.
None
of the Qs other than Q are cool. It's just John Delancey who's cool.
Looks like Rita Repulsa here. In the red robes and the full-on head thing.
Oh my god, I can't believe how little of Star Trek you've somehow seen. That's episode 1.
Yeah.
That's literally episode 1 of Star Trek.
Doesn't he? But he didn't always look like that, though.
No, that's his evil judge outfit.
Yeah, I've seen other outfits. I've seen not this one. But there you go.
I want to die when I hear you talk about Star Trek. This is the opposite of any Red Letter Media discussion.
Not everybody has seen everything. What do you want me to tell you? All right?
It's a cultural touchstone.
Sure. It just happened to be on TV. I caught some of it.
All I gotta say is don't get into the transporter.
I think most human beings are closer to me than you. So what do I haven't seen everything.
There's a claim. There's a claim.
You know?
We can test that on on many variables.
Maybe, yes. At a certain...
And people will always be unhappy with the result no matter which one they get. Just a personality test that at the end it's like you're more like Wooly or you're more like Pat. Yeah. And that's it. There's only the two options.
I mean, the other day we were talking about. We came up on LP that like Reggie like hasn't played any Metal Gear games, and we're such a Metal Gear intensive group of people, and we have a Metal Gear intensive group of fans, and it was like, what? And it was like, yeah, some people never.
Well, that's okay. That series died long ago, so
there's
fine.
that.
It's fine now.
But there's stuff that just
ancient history.
We overlap on Dragonlance. We don't overlap.
Yeah, nobody
on Star Trek.
overlaps with me on Dragonlance except for you. That one's weird.
So
everybody I say Dragonlance to, except for you, goes, meh.
So it's not all, you know.
Forgotten Realms? Like, no, not Forgotten Realms.
But then there's stuff that I have that you don't overlap on.
I will not shame you for not knowing about Star Trek.
Okay, but yeah,
you will be shamed.
Sure. We you know.
Shame.
All right, well, that's fine. I got what 90s cartoons. I don't know. What's a thing you don't? Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Muse.
That's one.
I don't know about Muse.
That's one. There's a lot of really good Muse albums out there. You know? What do you want me to tell you?
I gotta contact Eli. He'll help me shame you.
Although it'd be different if there was an audience of people that cared more about Muse than Star Trek. Then this would be very different sounding. But that's not where we're at.
You know what's the worst part about what you just said? Is that there are a lot of people that care a lot about Star Trek.
Yeah.
Like I said, Star Trek has not been good for 20 years.
Okay. You know what has been good recently?
Muse.
Kirby games.
Yeah. Kirby's quality.
Kirby games are great.
They're
all wonderful.
I don't like Kirby games, but I admit that they are always wonderful and quality.
Okay.
I just don't like them.
But it's just, there's dark spots. It happened. There's cool shit out there like Queen Sectonia that would be rad to talk about, but what are you gonna?
I don't know what that is. Is
exactly.
That a Kirby game?
Oh my! And
is
what?
Queen Sectonia a Kirby game?
Kirby games.
Is it?
It's a character in Kirby.
Okay.
So, you know,
Kirby has characters.
Yeah, we can talk about 02 all day.
Oh, you're doing that shit where you're making up stuff in your baby game.
We can talk about it. We can talk about Nightmare. We can talk about the nature of Dreamland. We can talk about...
I'm sorry, when Kirby comes up, I have to become Flandered Pat.
We can talk about the Robobot. We can talk about...
I'm sorry that your Marshmallow game...
The truth of what a Robobot is.
Is confusing your brain with its adorable marshmallowy goodness.
See, I have no problem with the fact that all the spaces where you have Star Trek in your brain, I have Poyo.
All right.
So take that entire Star Trek section and just put the word Poyo.
You know what's...
And that's where I'm at. And that's okay.
You know what's interesting about that? Because, like, when you think about Kirby, I see you smile in your eye.
Yeah.
Right? You don't even have to smile externally. I see it, like, in your brain, soul, whatever it's in there. Like, when I think about Star Trek, I think about me, I think about Eli, I think about Rich and Mike over on Red Letter Media. And... loving Star Trek is not a sparkle in your eye. It's like giggling about how terrible that thing was, and then everyone's like, it doesn't even sound like you like this. And then you're like, it's my favorite thing ever.
Yeah.
I just want to complain about it all day.
Yeah. I would argue that Kirby lore is better than Star Trek lore. I would say it is a more compelling science fiction saga than the entirety of Gene Roddenberry's work. Come at me, bro. Come at me. I'm in my tank. Let's hear it.
That is legitimately the most bizarre take I have ever heard from you, ever. And I have heard you say a lot of stupid shit over the years. But that might be the stupidest. It is so stupid, I don't even know how to approach it.
I suggest you pause the game. Because that's where all the lore is.
What you do this week, Willie?
Well, hold on. Number 5 is the Ewoks. Number 4 is the Borg. Number 3...
Number 5 is the Ewoks? Go fuck yourselves to hell, whoever made that list.
Number 4 is the Borg. Number 3 are the Wookiees.
Yeah.
Number 2 are the Vulcans.
Yeah.
And drum roll, please.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1 are the Klingons.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
You were totally right.
I feel like
but I was right. Wookiees are up there.
I feel like Paige is a really good example of the reach that Klingons have, in that she had never seen Star Trek up until 2 years ago, but can speak Klingon.
Okay.
So that's fucking stupid.
Klingons are number one, but Wookiees are up there. That thought wasn't crazy.
Wookiees are just dumb carpets.
Hey man, a Wookiee had the single best moment in the entire last movie.
What a grand accomplishment.
Yeah, I know. But that's just goes to show you,
Yeah.
like, what's up. The single best moment in that entire thing was Chewie having a feel.
Yeah. Was it?
To me it was. I don't know.
I am forgetting that movie fast.
Okay, do you remember Chewie having a feel?
No.
Chewie has a feel, and it's like...
Who's he feeling?
He's feeling the loss.
Oh, yeah,
He's the only one left.
For some reason, I thought you meant like copping a feel.
No.
And
Chewie...
and you're like describing that as like a great moment in movie history.
No, Chewie has a fucking moment where he straight up has a all my friends are dead.
Oh, yeah,
and he breaks down, and you're like, oh my god, he's the last one.
You got R2-D2, though.
Yeah.
You can yeah.
Sure, and the most he's gonna do is go.
I thought you meant like he was like fondling a space horse or something.
Pat, listen to me. Everyone felt it.
I'm having a really hard time concentrating. So when you say listen to me and my eyes just kind of focus for 1 second and then go back away, that's all you're going to get.
Everyone felt it.
Okay.
All his friends were dead.
I felt it.
Lando was alive, but Chewie doesn't care about Lando.
Lando was not alive.
Chewie doesn't care. Doesn't matter. It's like, hey, hey, you know I'm right here.
Fucking
like Chewie gets up, pulls the bowcaster out.
Billy D. Williams in that movie is the funniest thing I've ever seen. He's so confused and drunk.
Yeah.
And then they cut part of a scene that he was supposed to have with that chick. So I guess the chick's supposed to be his daughter or whatever.
No, I think it's just a let's go find. It's just let's just give these two characters that have no.
Well, okay,
they have no arc. Let's give them an arc.
Well, if they have no arc, then it's like a 95-year-old Lando Calrissian sitting next to some broad at the Wynn and going, "Yeah, let's go on an adventure together, little old lady." And it's like. Me and the other guy to my left, who I didn't know, just went, is he trying to fuck that chick at the victory ceremony? It was weird.
I don't know.
It was really weird.
Anyway, Chewie was good in that scene.
I think the best thing about Chewie is his name.
Chewbacca?
No, Chewie. Chewie's a great name. That's why we use it for our gag.
Yeah, I like Chewbacca as far as an alien sounding thing. But anyway, yeah, Wookiees. There you go. Bam, way up there.
I hate Star Wars now.
No, you don't.
I like the laser sword part.
Yeah, you do.
Because it's like.
You finished Mandalorian?
No, I didn't even start it.
Okay. What did I do? 2 things of note, I guess.
That's good. That's content.
The first thing of note I did was commence playing Spec Ops: The Line.
Yes.
I don't know, I guess 3.5 to 4 hours in.
Mm-hmm.
According to HLTV, that's probably halfway, but I don't know.
I have never played it because I have never seen a game that I was more thoroughly spoiled on.
Okay.
Like, I couldn't escape it.
I've somehow dodged all of it.
Yeah.
I've somehow dodged all of it and been clean. But considering what it is a product of at the time, considering it's a Nolan North third-person game, and considering It's a military shooter.
Bang bang.
Bang bang. I'm assuming that, you're not doing the right thing is probably where we're gonna go. That seems like there's a very limited series of reasons
why anyone would care.
Why everyone would care, exactly, right? And why I would see. I remember when I first it's not the first time I heard of it, but the first time it was like presented to me as something besides just another sort of shooter was when I saw like a pyramid of feels games.
Yeah.
That put Walking Dead Season 1 as baby's first feel.
Yeah.
And it put Spec Ops: The Line as the Grandmaster.
I think it was in an interview with one of the writers or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say the name of the work.
Mm-hmm.
But they spoiled the game before the game came out.
That's insane.
Because they said, we're really trying to go for a blank type of story.
Okay.
And it's if you had watched that movie or read that book, whichever it happens to be, you would be able to look at the trailer for the game and literally know everything.
Gotcha.
And it was like, thanks.
Yeah.
It's as if you had a fantasy RPG, like kind of old timey looking like Game of Thrones, and they're like, we're really inspired by the story of Macbeth.
Yeah,
and you're like, you just told me what the plot was. Like 100%.
Veronica Mars talking about Assassin's Creed 1.
I don't know what that is.
She did an interview well before the game was out. And it was introduced, and they showed you Altair walking through like Acre, I think, and sneaking up on some guards and doing some.
Oh, do you mean the actress?
Yeah,
I thought you meant the character.
No,
because you said Veronica Mars.
No, Kristen Stewart.
No, not Kristen Stewart. Hayden Panettiere.
No, you keep getting that wrong. It's not Hayden Panettiere.
Kristen Bell.
You got that? Yeah.
Why do I keep...
I don't know why. Yeah.
These blonde women, I can't tell.
Yeah, no, not Until Dawn, not Twilight.
You can't tell them.
Veronica Mars.
Yeah, Kristen Bell in the very first interview for Assassin's Creed spoiled the whole plot.
Literally, so all we had seen was just like the assassin walking through the fucking, the old days and whatever, and then she's like, yeah, it's kind of like the Matrix meets some other like ancient thing.
I read that interview like 5 minutes after it came out, and then that interview fucking disappeared.
What are you doing? Yeah, so because her role is not in the past. So she's talking about like what role she plays attached to this project.
Yeah.
It's only gonna be the future.
It's my ongoing big favorite thing in the game industry is that, hey, do you want to know way too much about a game? Find a voice actor who's from Hollywood and talk to them because they do not know what they're not supposed to tell you, and they also don't care because they're a TV or Hollywood actor, and this game thing is whatever.
So I also kind of got the gist that like Spec Ops is like part of its its impact in the zeitgeist, so to speak, is because of it being a product of the time.
Yeah, because it came out during the
2013,
the heaviest of the fucking third-person cover-based shooter era,
right?
And it looks just like another one of those.
So any unexpected things work best when it's masked as something else entirely.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So we'll see. But so far, I'm just playing through it, and clearly, it's a game where like you're not gonna fucking get anything until you get there.
Yeah.
So so far it's a third-person shooter, and it's got cover and a roadie run.
Yeah.
And it's got
Nolan.
It's got Nolan doing Nolan, and it's got young Nolan.
Yeah, I'm Nolan.
And then you target your target your things, and that's what it is.
I like that. Playing that game sucks though. The story's really good, but the playing of it is just kind of weak.
So I started it on the PC, and it started fucking dying.
Great.
Very quickly.
Super.
So I had to switch over to PS3 where the shoot buttons, aim and shoot, were L1 and R1 respectively.
That was extremely common.
And there's no switching that up.
Nope.
Even though the triggers are on the... But, whatever. PlayStation 3
had terrible triggers for shooting. You will prefer the L1 and R1, I promise.
But here's the crazy part, right? Here's the crazy part is that, like, that was the controller that introduced the push triggers.
Yeah.
Because like the 6-axis and the DualShock 3 created gun trigger.
No, they didn't.
No, it's not gun trigger, but there were analog buttons, right? Or not analog buttons, but they had more give to them.
That's not true. The Xbox 360 did.
Sorry, that's not okay. Let me rephrase. The PS2 controller, immediately before this one, had the R1 and L1, R2 and L2 pretty much the same.
Yeah.
And then when the PS3 came out, the 6-axis and then the DualShock 3
had
changed the R2 and L2. Yeah, the squishies, which you would think would be more like gun triggers.
Yeah.
But in this case, the game did not use the gun trigger buttons.
I don't know how many of these types of games you played at the time.
Yeah.
When 360 games were getting ported to the PS3, games did use the triggers for shooting.
Yeah.
And everyone complained because it was terrible.
They just weren't good buttons.
They are terrible buttons for that.
Okay.
So then games started to put them on L1 and R1.
Because the controller sucked.
Because the controller is bad.
Got it. Okay. Makes sense now.
If you go back and play, I think, Uncharted 1, you can play on the L2 and R2, and it's like, oh.
See, what's wild is not allowing a free remap of the buttons.
Games started to do that later as well.
I didn't realize that we had to be post 360 era for some games to get remapping in there, and some games still don't have remapping.
Remapping controls is a topic for my part of the podcast later. Actually,
yeah. I mean, Titanfall 2 didn't have full remapping.
You worked in QA. Is there some kind of nightmare scenario with remapping buttons?
It's just a part of the test.
Okay, but it's not like.
No.
Remapping buttons is like 100 times more bug worthy.
No, you just you once you have the ability to remap buttons, then as you do subsequent playthroughs, you always do a different, config to make sure. But ultimately, like, it's still you're gonna play the game
because I can't stand when
a
you're
bunch
like,
of times either way.
You're playing like a shooter or whatever, and it's like they have 5 different remaps,
and you have to pick between one,
and all you want to do is change one button.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's what I got off of Titanfall, for example.
I'm gonna segue into my bit and then go back to your bit for a second. I'm playing Resident Evil 0 right now.
Yep.
The controls are so fucked up.
Yep.
They're fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
In every Resident Evil game to date, you can put run as square. So the run is square, and then X is confirm, and then you hold down a trigger, and then shoot with X, and that's where your thumb rests. And for RE0, there are 5 different controller configs, and all of them have run on B.
Okay.
Every single one.
So.
And then, for some reason, unlike Remake, which has the shoot and change target on the triggers, this one has them on the bumpers. And just and map has been moved from Y to left, and they've just fucking shuffled them around like crazy for no reason.
So what's crazy is that the 360 and then now PS4, if at worst comes to worst, put the can down. Bro.
No, I want to drink it.
Well, then finish it.
Can crinkling ASMR for you kids at home.
At worst, if the game can't do it, then the console OS will have game defaults.
Yeah.
Where you can actually remap the buttons on a system level.
I had to do it through Steam.
Yeah. So you can do that on some, on some games, but it fucking sucks to have the full system remap a controller for one game.
Yeah.
That doesn't allow you.
Needs to, you need to be able to go and set it per game.
Shouldn't be that hard.
It's not that difficult.
No. I know that in some cases there could be exploits found in that way. Some people are doing things in Smash Brothers by mapping. They mapped certain attacks to the C stick and allowed them to do stuff with Nest that you otherwise couldn't do.
Luckily that's not a competitive fighting game.
So there's always concerns that maybe if you put D-pad options, if you put, you know what I mean? Like you put shoot on a D-pad, then it'll open up some fucking crazy gate to something. So you do have to, but for the most part, full free mapping should be a thing because that's a weird one right now.
And also people who have fucked up hands or motor disabilities or whatever, they really appreciate controller remapping.
But beyond that, not much to say about it until I'm done.
Yeah, pretty much. And then what you do have to say about it will be couched in spoiler talks.
So there we are. So yeah, that's going on right now on the channel. And then the other thing of note this week that I did was I had a game. I had a board game, Table Lords night that went off day before yesterday. So yeah, Saturday. Played a game called Dialect. And so Dialect is...
I'm going to assume this is a dialogue-based game.
Dialect is a storytelling game. This was recommended by 12Mellow. And the premise of the game sounded so fascinating that I had to go check it out immediately. And what that is it is a game that is cooperative, and it is kind of like you get together and more or less are trying to tell a tale with your characters in a setting from the beginning to, the epilogue.
Right.
And in it, you're creating language, or more specifically, you're creating slang, right?
Okay.
So, the idea that's pitched on the cover of it is this is a game about language and how it dies.
Okay.
Right. And so what you have is a number of campaigns where you can pick a setting where a group of people are isolated from everyone else. So the examples they give you are
Let's see.
The first Martian settlers.
Got it.
A slave uprising.
Got it.
The last robots left behind after humans abandoned the Earth.
Oh, that's a sad one.
Right? Things like that. And some of them are even like a boarding school that for boys.
Sure.
Isolated, or whatever. And then you basically have that setting, and then within that setting, you have to talk communally to create some aspects that define what the culture is, what it's about, what the main ins and outs of your life are, and why they're as such. And because of these major aspects, you can then pull cards out of a deck after you create characters.
Yeah.
They have roles. And then you can pull cards out of a deck that are concepts that you can apply to these aspects.
I'm going to need a concept.
Right. So, for example, first Martian colony.
Right.
The aspects that the board agreed on were... we are space truckers.
Got it.
We do our trucking.
Got it.
That's our jobs. The other is we are running from our past.
All right. Space truckers running from their past.
Right. And the third one was we are chosen. Right?
Okay.
So they basically take the two concepts of we are chosen and we are running from our past to be we did some bad stuff in our past, thus we were chosen as convicts.
Or space truckers.
Exactly, to be the first Martian people.
Be the first space truckers. Got it.
And so you're kind of on a set. You're set up. You guys are pretty much like prisoners sent to this colony
to truck.
Right, to truck. And,
yes.
And so on. So those are the aspects. So then you go, all right. So there's things that are dangerous about space trucking, such as Martian. Sand storms.
Yeah, the most dangerous thing about space trucking, if I could think about it, was that when you're hanging your arm at the space truck and you're on a long haul, you get a tan, but on only one side of your body because the sun's always over there.
Yeah. Or sometimes your CB radio cuts out, and then you can't be a convoy. Either way, so an example would be that we're space truckers, right? Then you would pull out a card that has a concept that says friend, right? You're going to have a concept for someone that you can trust when things get rough. You play that friend card on top of your aspect, which is space truckers.
Okay.
And then you go, all right, what would a space trucker on Mars call a friend? And they're like, and then you have a conversation about it and you go, what about like a secondary point of contact, right? And it's like, okay, that's a secondary point of contact. Now, that shortens into like an SPOC or a Spock, but that just sounds like Spock, so that's no good. So then what about secondary communicator, an SC? Okay, what about an SE? So now an SE becomes a term for a friend you can trust in the midst of these storms.
It sounds like a fucking game for language nerds.
It was made by linguists that are really into the languaging, and
because don't ever suggest me to play this game, because I'm just gonna name everything like shit, man.
yeah. So if you don't feel like having fun with like creative sort of thoughts on like nicknames and slang,
Yeah.
then you're not gonna have a good time, right?
You just do the FF7 thing where you name everybody like dumb bullshit.
You can pull an HP Lovecraft.
I don't think I can.
uh,
The forms never came back. I filed my paperwork
Yeah.
for my card.
yeah.
Never got a call back.
How about that? Well, anyway, you definitely have to play this cooperatively and have fun discussing, coming up with like world building and language in this way. And if you don't enjoy that, then this is not going to work out, right? But if you think that's cool, then it's like, okay, so now our friends are called Essies, right? And then you come up with little things like that. So like a word for a thing that you do in this world, right?
Yeah.
Once you create that word, you then have a discussion with another character about, or not about, like using that word. So you improvise a role-playing moment that your two characters would have, where you work this word into the conversation.
I think because I'm not very creative,
Yeah.
I don't understand the point of this game.
So the point of the game is,
What is the win? How do you win?
you just tell the story and get to an ending.
What? But how do you win?
There's no win or lose as much as there is a enjoy the story being told aspect of it. That's what a storytelling game is. I didn't know this about this genre until this game, but the idea is, you know, you can, and things can happen along the way. Characters can die. Things can change.
Can I kill all of your characters?
You can,
Then I win.
but there's still other things to be sorted out, right? So your character has control over whatever aspects of the world your class is. So like so my class was like an explorer,
Okay.
right? Whereas like Steph was like an oracle, was the information getter. I was the person going out into the unknown and finding new things. You know, there's like little things like that where you kind of just like you can play however you want. The thing develops. In our case, it worked out in such a way where Reggie ended up being like a super antagonist.
I hate this because these types of games always make me feel so stupid.
Why?
Because I feel really stupid right now. Because I'm still literally stuck on. But how do you win?
Okay, so let me walk you through.
Yeah.
So because like I have to explain the interaction between characters.
Sure.
As a turn.
Uh-huh.
There are a number of turns before you get to the ending.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so after everyone takes their turn making a word, we have like say 4 words on the board.
Sure.
That's the end of the first stage.
Okay.
Time moves forward, and a prompt in the book says something happens, right? Like something changes the situation.
Right.
So these space trucker prisoners that are all doing their daily thing, right?
Yeah.
So like for example, like being another word that got played was like a greeting, right? And you put the word greeting on top of we are running from our past.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so we're former criminals,
Yeah.
right? And what would they come up with? And so they're like, well, what if we took a thing that meant one thing and kind of played it around? So they're like, okay, the greeting for space prisoner truckers is pardon.
Okay.
Because it's like a thing you would say in the middle of a conversation.
Sure.
But it also represents an idea of something you might want to get.
All right.
So you have these words that build up and you use them in conversations as you go. And then something happens such as at the end of the first stage or the beginning of the second stage, someone trucks way out into the way beyond where you usually truck, and they find somewhere deep on Mars another shipment pre-landing container, and they open it up and they find a bunch of like supplies for another drop ship and some weapons in there. So you go, whoa, this is bad. What does this mean?
Right.
And it means Earth is sending more people over to us.
Right.
So the people who are like, man, fuck Earth to begin with are now like, wow, they want to come and fucking take us out, or we don't know what's going on. What do we do? Right. And then like that changes the isolated community. so that, for example, people that decide, you know what, fuck those old Earth people, right? They're gonna come and they want to come for us or whatever. We're gonna fight them. So then, as you move into age 2, the card that says we are running from our past becomes we are fighting our past.
Okay.
You're confused.
Were you taking turns to do this?
We were taking turns having a word be created and then having a conversation.
Okay.
After we all have one of those,
you're just talking.
Yes. After we all go around the table and do it, the age ends.
I think part of my confusion is that you described this at the very beginning as a board game.
It is, because
is there a board?
There's a table. There's cards on the table, and we are writing on them.
Okay, but there's no pieces.
There's no pieces. No.
Okay,
it's more like
it's a brainstorming session.
I mean, so tabletop D&D? There's no pieces.
D&D has pieces.
D&D can have pieces, but I've never played with them. I've only played with paper and dice, right? So this is if you don't want to associate the word board game with it, that's fine. But
no, because I'm like the whole time I'm like thinking like, so we have a conversation. I'm like, then where do you move your piece?
Tabletop game.
Okay, I guess.
All right. So what the table looks like is like you have 3 circles that are for each age, and then you have words that you write on cards and put them within these age rings, kind of.
Right.
Thing. So anyway, we just take turns creating words, having conversations with them. And then those all sort of establish things about our characters or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then you move on to the next stage. And then the next step of the story happens.
Is there like a 5 age limit or something?
3.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it just naturally ends.
And then the second will cause another ramp up of escalation. And then the 3rd age will always be in every story about how your community comes to an end. Right? So it's going to be something bad where your unique language and dialect is going to die off or whatever. But you have to just kind of see how that plays out and whatever by following sort of these ideas, creating new words. Sometimes you'll get a prompt, let's say towards the end of the game, that's create a portmanteau. Take 2 previously created words and find a way to put them together for a new concept or something like that. You know?
Yeah.
What's confusing?
This just sounds like a shittier version of Loopy Lore.
It's
because I understood that game.
Yeah, but Loopy Lore. Loopy Lore is really fun, but this is more about inventing slang
that
doesn't
exist. Why would you do
that? Okay, whatever, Pat. Anyway, man, what do you want me to tell you? So anyway, so that's the game. Jesus, it's not that complicated. It's not that hard. I feel like you're acting to make it seem more complicated than it is.
I wish I was.
I feel like you're making these faces what do you say? What am I saying that's hard to follow?
You don't know what it's like in here.
There's what part of what am I saying is so weird or confusing? You sit around, right? You're role playing like a D&D game.
Yeah, Wooly, do you want me to go back in time to a month and a half ago? Where I fucking talked to the people in my Discord for 3.5 hours about not understanding the concept of GTA 5 role playing. Trust me.
Okay.
I am not putting it on.
Okay.
I don't understand.
Okay, so no, you understand. You just don't get why that's fun to people.
That's what I mean by I don't.
Okay,
understand.
so whatever. If you don't have fun with it, you can still. That's not the same as I don't understand the concept at all.
Well, yeah, because if I don't understand it, why does it exist?
Can I just describe the game?
Yeah, sure.
All right. So anyway, at the end of the 3rd age, you pull out a legacy card, and that'll tell you. It'll give you a couple options about how to give your character an epilogue, right?
All right.
And then you all will choose your character's epilogue, and you kind of because you're telling them to the table, you can work them all together to create a definitive ending, so to speak. That, if your guy dies, my card then I might have to make my thing about the reaction to your death or something like that.
Or the fallout or
whatever. Yeah. And or the baby you've left behind, and I'm now gonna, you fell off the tower. Okay, cool. Well, I won my fight against you, and you found a kid hiding behind a pillar.
Yeah.
Get over here, Rock Howard. Right?
Yeah.
That's And then we walk off into the sunset, and that's the ending, right? So but whatever happens, you have these like this unique dialect of slang that you kind of created in this
there's no winner.
community.
It's like a cooperative.
Yeah,
like, we all had fun telling the story.
Well, if you're able to improvise a good story together and it's not too shitty or like clunky, then you have fun improvising a story. You know, it's.
I'm reminded of a D&D game I was invited to 14 years ago, in which the party was like, hey, let's go to this event. And I was like, I don't want to. And I went elsewhere and then did something. I think I killed some guy because he was a dick. And that guy ended up being important. And then I was like, okay, well, that was fun. I can't make it next week. And they're like, we literally can't play our D&D session without your character now because you fucked it up. Yeah. And I apparently ruined their whole campaign.
Yep.
And I was like, I don't get it. I thought it's all your imagination. Do whatever you want.
Wow, you're a piece of shit.
I don't understand.
You're the worst.
Why don't they just imagine that I didn't happen?
People like you are fucking trash.
I don't get it. The whole point is that you're supposed to be able to do whatever you want because it's imagination. So why would anyone ever get mad at what I used my imagination to do?
Yeah. So, you know, in a movie when someone dies before you get to film the sequel?
Yeah.
And then you gotta fucking figure some shit out?
Yeah.
You know how that's never as great as it would have been if you had a shot at...
You don't know that.
Okay, but you know how it's usually like you're like, okay, fuck, write the character out?
Yeah.
Or worse. You know how sometimes there's a story that's going on and then one of the people in the story pretends to get attacked by white supremacists and fakes being like attacked and having gasoline poured on them and then calls into the police with a lynch fucking rope around their neck, and the cops go, why do you have that on your neck? And they're like,
why didn't you take it off?
Oh, okay, well, I wanted to show you. Right?
Yeah.
And then they go on stage and they call themselves the gay Tupac.
Okay.
Right. So when someone does that, and then they're no longer welcome back on the show that they were a part of, you have to find a way to write a season without them somehow.
Right.
And it sucks.
And creativity fucking excels in adversity.
It can, but it doesn't always do so.
Well, then why doesn't...
See House of Cards.
Then why doesn't... Isn't the DM's job to stop this?
No, the DM's job is to do the best they can with what they have.
No, but DMs can just stop things. If they want to, they could be like, you can't go that way, a dragon will kill you.
Well, they can roll dice. A good DM...
good DM lies. This I know.
A good DM will manipulate it so that you can believe the reasons why you can't go through that door.
It has been my understanding from knowing many people who play D&D that a good DM will roll dice behind that little board and just say whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, a good DM will hide all the invisible choices from you like a David Cage game.
Right.
Let's be real. They can. But that doesn't change the fact that when in the middle of a conversation or a fight, if a character suddenly just disappears and never comes back, it's a little bit hard to work that in.
I was busy that following
week. So, everyone kind of fucking hates those people. It is what it is. That being said, that's not the point.
Well, the whole point of that was to be like, no, trust me. This is not an act. This is all real confusion.
Okay. But
I don't understand make-believe.
When I watch 40-man raids, I don't think it looks fun.
Right.
But I can understand the process of what is happening.
Sure.
As people get together and beat a thing to get cool rewards.
But that's the thing that I don't get, because make-believe doesn't have a process. It's all just blah, blah, blah in your head.
You know how people do improv?
Yeah.
Right?
We do improv.
Yeah, I guess we do. In fact, we're doing it right now.
Somewhat.
I tend to prefer... It's not my favorite form of comedy.
Yeah.
In fact, it's pretty low down the priority chain.
Mm-hmm.
But when someone comes in and improvs correctly or well by making funny things happen or you doing something really interesting or entertaining, then you get a really cool moment out of it,
Right.
There's a cool local group that does some amazing improv stuff that I'm like, that's like one of the only improv groups I like. Or for example, have you ever watched and enjoyed an episode of Whose Line Is It Anyway?
I did, yes.
Okay, so that principle is the
That
same.
was for humor. People aren't playing D&D for humor.
So the same principle behind the entertainment of improvising on Whose Line Is It Anyway can apply to sitting together with your friends and playing a storytelling game. It doesn't have to be humor. It can just be really cool. It can just be an enjoyable adventure, a unique set of circumstances that you find fascinating or interesting. You can think about a character that you might be like, oh yeah, that's a fun idea. And you know what? If you're role playing and your storytelling session goes great enough and you happen to be, I don't know, Margaret Weiss or Tracy Hickman, maybe you can write an awesome story out of it.
Okay.
So, you get to the end of the story, and then that's pretty much it. The game is dialect. I had a fun time playing it. And I think that it's really unique. I've never played a game like it. But I will say, if you're going to grab it and take a look at it, it's a book. It's got a lot of reading in it. And many of those pages are not about the game itself and the rules of play. Many of those pages are about how to, like
how to make a good word or what have you.
how to be nice to fellow players and how you should live your life.
Wait, really?
A little bit. And
like, don't yell down that someone's word is fucking stupid is in the rules?
Yeah, things like that.
Okay.
How to be, conscientious.
That seems like the kind of thing born out of versions of this game that got super intense.
No.
Oh.
No, it's I think it's just a little bit on the preachy side.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, and I was having a bit of a hard time just getting to the rules because I just want to learn how to play, and I can't because there's so much preface that's all about how to eggshell your the friends you're playing with, and then the last section of the book is about like how to preserve language in real life and things you can do to be open and inviting.
I don't know, man. We're part of the internet generation. The idea of preserving language seems so laughable that I can't even.
I know. It was not lost on us that we were playing this in a province that tried to separate from Canada due to language preservation.
Right.
So we definitely understood that a setting could be made for an isolated Quebec.
Oh, yes.
But it doesn't.
You need a permit to buy an English muffin.
But literally, there's parts of the book that have there's a page called "Raise Bilingual Children," So there's these bits and pieces in there where I'm like, man,
are you fucking for real? That is preachy as shit.
I swear to God,
that is preachy as shit.
I'm just trying to be like, listen, this game is a really cool concept. I would love it to have a quick start card.
Yeah.
Because that would be an awesome way to just be like, do this and reference it on this page, right? So then you have almost like the book would almost serve as a DM guide, but this is not what the case is. The book is about 150 pages. I would say 30 of them are dedicated to the game itself.
Mm-hmm.
The rest are either preface about the importance of telling stories.
This is, oh, God.
Or the other thing I was talking about, which is just the kind of preachiness of it. And it's thick. It's thick, and I'm not going to pretend that it's not there. So just keep that in mind going into it. Maybe if you don't mind that stuff, maybe it was just me on a personal level that I was like rolling my eyes reading through it. But it's still a cool game. Otherwise, the concept is fun. And I would recommend checking it out. I know you can grab a PDF online. I think it's Thorny Games are the name of the folks that made it. So that's going to be coming up in a multi-part series on Table Lords over at Woolly Versus. And for those of you who have been waiting for a kind of like role-playing campaign sort of tabletop thing, adventure from Table Lords, this will be it. This will be a good example of that. So this is going to be something that is like a multi-part story building session. Most of the game is world building, right? 80% of the game is world building, and then 20% of the game is like having these little conversations and using the language. And so when it seems like the setup is long, don't worry about it, because the setup is the game, you know?
Yeah.
But for those of you who are looking forward to some of that, you can check it out upcoming soon on Wooly Versus alongside Spec Ops The Line. And of course, Death Stranding continues. And, you know, get into fighting games and so on.
Creating things is weird.
Creating things is weird. I agree. It's so weird that I have a podcast to talk about it, because it has so many weird things that you don't expect to happen. That also is going to be coming out, so you can check that out. Wooly will figure it out on Wooly Versus as well.
I feel like whenever this type of conversation comes up, I feel so insane as to actually even feel isolated, because especially in like this line of work, almost all of my colleagues are some form of creative.
Yeah.
And the first thing that pops into my mind when somebody's like, yeah, I'm going to create something, I'm like, why create something? Why not just consume a better thing that someone else made, and then you don't have to do it?
You're talking into a podcast microphone on a podcast I created.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, you created it. Why would I create a podcast when you made a better podcast, and then now I just sit here and just talk?
Well, so no one's telling you to have fun with the idea that you can't, that you don't have fun with.
Right.
It's just a live and let live scenario.
Right.
Right. So if you
I don't want anyone to stop doing things that they enjoy. I just wish I could even like grasp with my fingertips as to why they are enjoying it.
Because the face you make is not one of I wish I could grasp.
No, it's a face of total confusion.
Okay.
Sorry, maybe I'm my head is bad, but like it is bafflement, befuddlement.
Okay. Because there are things that I think people do for fun that are not fun at all.
Yeah, I think I made there's a comment I made where somebody said on my stream a few nights ago was like, hey, I thought RE6 was really fun because I played it with my friend and it was really fun in co-op.
Yeah.
And I said people can find anything fun in co-op. People poop in each other's mouths and have fun in co-op because they're with their friend or whatever. I don't think that's fun to do, but some people do.
People free solo climb.
Yeah.
That is, to me, the least fun thing in the world.
Yeah, because you could die.
Yes. However, I can wrap my head around the idea that some people get so skilled at normal climbing that they want to take it to the next level.
Yeah, it's just no fun anymore.
And the adrenaline shoot needs to be, as high as possible.
Yeah, kick it up.
So I'm able to go, fair enough. That's horrifying to me.
Yeah.
But I get why it's fun for them. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. It's just okay. It's not for me, but I know why it exists. And that's all you have to have as an attitude.
Yeah, but I don't even get there. I don't even get to the part where like, but why would this be fun? It makes me feel like my brain is broken.
And if there was like two of you, then you might talk about...
I have to fight my clone.
No, if you might discuss how people who do that make no sense and shouldn't be around. And if there were like 10 of you, then you might like come to the idea that those are the bad people. And if there are 100 of you, do you see where this goes?
Well, no, you need those people around so that they can make things for you to enjoy.
But if the people are doing the thing that you don't like...
Well, here's the thing, and this is really important.
Live and let live.
This is... No. This is really important. There are two types of Pat craziness. There's the one where I'm like, everything should be this way. And then there's the one like this where I'm like, I realize that Pat is the problem.
Okay.
Pat's brain, very problem.
Okay. So
maybe I'm missing part of my brain, the creative part.
You know, it was really funny because when I thought I was going to talk about dialect, right?
Yeah.
I thought I was going to just break the game down as it was, and it would be a pretty straightforward, uneventful breakdown of like, oh, that's an interesting game about language.
Yeah.
And then I'd get to the preachy part, and then that would be where it all went to shit. But I couldn't even get past chapter 1.
Yeah. I don't get language. We should all just have the one language. That seems simpler. Esperanto or whatever the fuck.
Esperanto.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's all just learn that. I would learn that right away if I could guarantee that everybody else would learn it also. And we can throw English and French and Spanish and all the others in the trash and be like, that's the language of the old world.
And what are polyglots supposed to do?
Fucking get owned, I guess.
Damn. You just gonna shit on Lao Shu like that?
I don't know who that is.
He's a YouTube guy that like speaks. He won't say how many languages, but a ridiculous amount. And he literally just records himself walking around. He's a black guy walking around, talking to various people from various cultures and fucking their day up.
I mean, you can enjoy being an expert of a formerly important topic like those who could repair Model T Fords.
See, the problem with that is that, like any linguist will tell you, that language actually informs how you think.
I hate linguists.
Do you like grammarians?
No.
Okay. Well, any linguist will tell you that language affects how you think.
Yes, and it can be proscriptive or descriptive.
That's really not even where I was going. I was going to say your L1,
the
language you learn first, is often going to describe like what and how you break the world down.
Right.
And in some cases, I've heard from linguists that this is possibly why, for example, people who learn Chinese first and think in Chinese are better at mathematical things because the language actually lends itself towards that type of thinking.
Yeah, sure. But that's not a problem if everybody learns one language.
No, but then you lose that option.
Oh well.
But that option might be worth it for that benefit. Well, you say but then you're losing out on good shit. Is not the sound.
I don't know. The ability to talk to any person on the planet seems like a great advantage. That seems really useful.
Okay.
The dissolution of all human borders.
Okay. I don't know how true
Listen, we just need to get to human instrumentality.
I don't know how true that specific example I was given is, and it seems like most folks are saying that was a terrible, stupid idea. So, fair enough. If that sounds insane and dumb, then I'm insane and dumb, and I'll take that hit.
You see the divot on the skull.
Yeah,
really shows off.
Yeah. I'll take that
where
hit.
The math comes from.
I'll take that hit. As someone who's just repeating what a linguist told me, I'll take that hit. I didn't.
This is why you don't trust linguists. Because they're evil.
I didn't think twice about it. I simply heard that and went, okay, you probably know what you're talking about.
You know what reminds me of when I stopped, like, whenever somebody's like, oh yeah, I'm a language expert. And I was like, is when I remember fucking language students back in university being like, oh man, if only we could just observe a feral child for long enough.
Okay.
And have them create their own feral language. We could learn so much.
Sure.
And it's like, put your fucking boner away, you psychopath.
Oh, like when those 5 or 6 siblings were found in like an apartment where they lived for their whole lives. And they created their own language of like grunts and hisses.
And caveman shit.
Yeah. And then like everyone was like, this is horrifying. And then a couple of linguists were like,
oh man, but it's so interesting, isn't it? The data.
Yeah.
The data Ryu.
Yeah. Okay. So, you know what? If that sounds entirely insane, then yeah, that's
as somebody who talks incorrectly on purpose for humorous effect. Linguists are my natural enemy.
That being said, though, if that specific example is wildly nuts, I still imagine the idea of you thinking differently based on your language.
Oh, that's cool.
Your first language is still... That sounds factual.
Sure.
Right? That part of it's not wildly wrong.
The one that it makes me think of is like languages that have masculine and feminine pronouns per object.
Yeah.
And it's like a ship is a lady.
Yes.
And a bridge is a man.
Yeah.
Or, and stuff like that.
There's bits like
they're
that in there.
strong and all that stupid shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or even like your ability to read a long ass word.
Yeah.
Like with like everything spaced, like no spaces, and like a crazy long German word.
That's
or something
crazy.
Like that. But yeah. Anyway,
language is a accident, and I will not be told how to talk by no fancy book learner.
Tower of Babel, though.
Yeah. So I thought you of all people would be gunning for the one language future as the big middle finger to God.
I'm down.
Okay.
But I'm down with the idea of a universal in addition to our individual.
Oh yeah, sure. You know, I mean,
languages.
you can't make people forget their old languages.
No.
I mean, you literally can't.
So I'm super down with like switching to fucking Babelfish
Or Galactic Basic or
yeah
whatever the fuck.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
That's all fine by me. I think that needs to happen. I think that should exist. But I don't. But it's the difference between getting rid of all the old languages versus introducing a universal secondary.
No, I don't think we should get rid of all the old ones. They can exist.
That's not how it sounded a minute ago.
Well, no. I mean, I said.
In fact, I think you literally said we should get rid of all the languages, or it's a sentence to that effect. I believe a sentence to that effect.
You
came
know,
out
that's
of your
possible.
mouth. Yeah.
What I meant was we should like just have them get old in the dirt.
Yeah.
Like what's the language like Latin?
Mm-hmm.
Latin's old.
Latin's very old.
People don't talk it no more.
Sounds really cool when you sing it, though.
Yeah, it does.
Audi famam.
I remember I was listening. I started up Final Fantasy VIII, and they play the Latin music there. And my dad walked in and thought I was listening to Devil Worship.
Yep.
Because it was in Latin.
Sure.
And I was like, Jesus, Dad. It's not even. You're way off.
Smash Brothers. The Matrix.
Oh, good old Matrix.
There's all kinds of really cool times when you want someone singing in Latin. It's good shit.
But why would you ever make something?
Because if enough people think it's cool, you can get really rich.
That's true.
Wouldn't
it be faster to just have somebody else make something for you and then steal that idea?
Yes, but if you get caught stealing it, then you have to pay them or go to jail.
Well, no, I mean like not like steal, but like
steal.
No, like
copy.
Like this is my idea because you work for me.
Steal.
No,
yes.
That's not how that works.
But that is stealing.
No, it's not.
Totally, it is.
It's like, when a company is
You're talking about Exit Through the Gift Shop.
No. What? I don't know what that is.
That's the movie about Mr. Brainwash, who was a guy that was created, who basically, he's an artist, and what he did was follow Banksy around for a while. And then he realized that like he could become pretty influential as an artist if he were to hire other artists to create work in his name. And then he did that. And then he made a large exhibition under his name with the work of other artists. And they all came in, were paid to do a job making pieces in this large piece that he was taking credit for. And then he got super famous off of that.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Well...
It was his idea.
No.
No, it was his idea. But it was his idea to pay people to do art.
Sure. So the credit is not being appropriately credited to the people who did the pieces. If you want...
But it was his idea.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
So he could take...
So it's his idea.
Well, what is it?
To have the art.
Yeah, no. What is it, though? Specify what it is.
I just said, have the art.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. No, the show is his idea. He can take credit for the name of the show, the location. He can take credit for everything happening in the show that is not the pieces of art. The pieces of art can get credited to the individual
It's like,
people.
when fucking like a tech company...
Yeah.
Like you go work for a tech company.
Yeah.
And they go, any idea you have here is our idea,
yeah,
actually.
Yeah. So that's and that's also, see, that started as something to
Why
be
not
like,
just do that instead of make something yourself?
so that started as something to be like, hey, don't steal from what we're doing and use it on to make your own shit. And then it kind of went overboard to become like, no, what you make here is on our time and we're not paying you to make other things. And then eventually just became, we're taking your good shit.
Yeah, but
Right.
like, okay, I'm gonna roll it way back. Like,
Yeah.
way back.
But this is what happens when I entertain your bullshit.
I
So,
know, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But like, let's go back to like caveman shit. Okay.
Okay.
Why not? Okay, say like, you know, we're hunting. Me and you are hunters, right? Yeah. And you're like, I'm gonna go out there and kill like a deer. I'm gonna hit it with a stick and it'll die, and then I'll have a deer.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Why should I go and kill the deer? Why not just be like pathetic and miserable so that you give me some of your deer?
Okay. So if you have something to offer me that I want,
No, just take it.
then you can't have it.
Well,
If I have the ability to go get the deer and you don't, then you can, you and your family can starve and die,
okay.
and I will go get the deer. If you have something to offer me that I want, then I will trade you some deer for it.
Okay.
But you definitely can't get it just for being for breathing and being pathetic.
Okay.
So you have to
Wow,
create.
you're a jerk.
You have to create a barter
Where's
or
your
exchange
sense of
system.
empathy for your fellow caveman?
What use do you have? You're a mouth to feed that makes the food disappear faster. What else do you do?
I could.
Yeah, so the food disappears faster.
Hold on. I could. Okay. What I could do is I could find out that you like fire to cook your food for you.
Okay.
And I could find somebody to make fire.
Okay.
And give them give them a piece of the food that you give to me.
Okay.
In order to make fire.
Okay, so what happens is that works the first time.
Right.
But then I start directly talking to the fire person.
Oh, you people are assholes.
So that no,
it was my idea.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you defending middlemaning?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We all love a good
middlemaning. We
all love a good middleman, don't we?
Was nothing but middleman hustles, in which you described with great joy about your fucking middlemaning of soda.
I was meeting a demand that didn't exist.
Yeah.
If people were willing to go get
get
soda,
the finder's fee for the fire dude.
you do.
Forever.
No.
Yes.
You get the one. You get the one, and then me and that person are talking. If I didn't sell the soda, right? If I led everybody to a vending machine in the school that they didn't know about, right? I would take that initial benefit, but after that, they would just walk to the vending machine on their own.
I should never have introduced them. I should have just stolen the fire technique for food and then used the fire technique myself.
Now we're in a different conversation.
See, but I didn't create the fire technique.
The artists who make the pieces are credited for making the pieces. The person who plans the show and hires the artists is the producer of the show.
You know, I think I take pieces of advice given to me too literally, and they become all-encompassing, like, ridiculous, like, philosophies.
Yes.
Because I remember someone told me, never do anything for yourself that someone else can do for you better.
Okay.
Right? Like, why? Like, hey.
There's a huge asterisk at the end of that. And that is depending on if you can afford them or not.
Well, no, do the thing you're good at. And then, like.
But that's also bullshit if you want to do that thing.
Why would you ever want to do a thing?
There are podcasts way better than this one that I listen to.
No, this is the best podcast.
So why would I even bother hitting the button knowing that infinitely more entertaining podcasts are out there?
The funniest thing about what you're saying right now is that when we started this podcast, I can't listen to other podcasts anymore because they're not as good as this one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Why would I listen to other podcasts that don't have a guy who sounds and agrees like me with me?
You actually listen to our...
No, of course not.
Okay.
But what happens is if I ever listen to this... Okay, this is going to get really insane. This is going to be the craziest thing I say all day. Okay?
You're limiting it to 24 hours?
Today. I'm not streaming later, so we're safe. Okay? If I ever, like, I'm clicking around and I end up on an old best friend video, this podcast clip, any of my streams, any of Paige's streams, Clems's, anything, right?
Sure.
That has my voice in it.
Yep.
And I don't, like, pay close attention. So I'm not, like, listening to it like, oh, that's me. I invariably go, man, this guy's really funny. And like,
wow, this dude's really got his shit together.
That's totally what I would say.
What a fucking well, this guy's on
that's
the ball.
That's crazy. I was just thinking that the other day.
Wow, well, he's so on the mark. Damn, how relatable is that? What a really
like I have clicked.
What's this guy's name? What did he say he was?
I have clicked on like a podcast clip that you'll put up on your channel of me being crazy. And not paid attention. Like, I just click on it because I want to see the comments, right? But in the background, I'll hear myself being nuts and go, I don't know what everyone's problems with is. This guy's talking pure sense.
Just the voice of you in your own head playing back to you as you agree with it.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. But you would fight your clone, you say?
I would fight my clone in a second. He's got to go. There's no way I'm saying anything crazier than that today.
Credits exist. Many names in one place to give appropriate accreditation to
totally.
individuals on a collaborative
and
effort.
I deserve my middleman fire technique credit in the caveman wall.
There's a chef. There's busboys. There's the waiter. There's the prep cooks.
Yeah.
There's a whole team of people.
Prep cooks get no respect.
They get no respect. And that's not right.
Just as important as everybody else.
I definitely like the amount of recognition should be balanced out, but there should be recognition, period. And if there isn't, well then you're a thief.
Yeah.
So this is where we're at. So anyway, wherever the fuck that came from.
Dialect seems cool if you're not me.
I guess.
Dialect seems cool if you have a fully functioning creative brain.
And if you can filter through the things that are not about how to play the game.
Yeah. But how do you win?
Together.
Okay. That's a real answer that I can actually internalize. Because if the session goes shit and the story's terrible, you all lose together by not having a great time.
Yeah. If one of you is like doing a bad job of like, improvising or playing along or whatever, then it takes a hit to the story. So, it's...
So if there was a me there, it would be ruinous.
If you decide to tank the story.
I would not try and tank the story. I just wouldn't understand why we're telling a story at all.
You would tank the story.
Okay. Not on purpose, though.
You wouldn't be having fun with the normal rules. You'd have more fun tanking it, so then you'd consciously start tanking it.
But I would be making the story better.
For your fun.
But no, it would...
You would pretend you weren't tanking it.
Everyone is crazy.
And then and then you would wait for everyone to go, why are you tanking it? And then you would get enjoyment out of that moment.
No, I would not. I would be confused. Because I'm like, I'm not tanking it. I'm making it better.
You would understand exactly what you're doing and why you're doing it. And you'd wait for the moment of recognition, a.k.a. the
No. The first time it would go the way that I'm describing. The second time it would go the way you're describing. I would give it an honest shot and then horribly fail. And then I'm like, well, I can't do this, so I might as well tank it.
You would ask to join the sandcastle building team.
You don't even need to finish. Oh, it's way more fun to kick down a sandcastle than it is to build it. Why do
You
people
would
even
ask-
build sandcastles?
You would ask to join the team.
Oh, man. Why would anyone build a sandcastle?
Do you see the difference here?
I do. I do see it.
What did you do?
I played RE0, which is terrible, and I really don't want to get into it, other than the fact that you've been hearing me talk about Resident Evil games for a while, and I've made a tweet about it, which like people are confused by, but it's like a full half of Resident Evil games are terrible. Like it's
Mainline.
No, in mainline it's mostly wins with some trash in there, but like if you count all the spin-offs as well, it's 50-50.
Okay.
And it's like, man, it's a real dice roll whenever that name gets slapped onto something. RE0 has terrible controls. You have to horribly remap through Steam. It's bad. And that it's the only RE game that allows you to drop items anywhere you want, which means no item boxes, which ends up being a million times worse than having item boxes, because you end up just dumping every single item into the main hall equivalent, and then when you have to travel really far away from it, you can't get key items. It sucks.
That's one you take one in the foot for realism, but it makes the game less fun.
It was one of those things where people complained about not being like in Resident Evil. You would have the situation very often where, why can't I pick up this item? Oh, because your inventory's full. I just want to drop this health item so I can pick up the key item, right?
Yep.
So this game totally solves that problem and creates a way, way bigger problem that actually ends up being more annoying, which is I left this key item like a million miles back behind
shared.
me.
Yeah.
Now I have to trudge through half the game to go get it.
Yeah. A game design is still a game design, right? Pure realism is not fun.
No.
You have to make concessions for the sake of not being annoyingly overbearing on reality.
Yeah. And even beyond that, it's extra annoying because the GameCube only had so much memory.
Yeah.
So you're dropping every health item and ammo in the main hall, and then you hit like 20 items, and it goes, you can't drop any more items in here because the memory's full.
You just can't handle it.
Can't.
Fuck.
So then you go to the room north of the main hall, which is another safe area, and you start dropping tons of items in there.
So this is why you have to do it, because players will find a way to just circumvent your shit.
Well, because it's the centralized location that is least far from every part.
Yeah.
Why would you ever drop an item in an area that's dangerous?
Yeah.
You wouldn't.
Yeah.
Because then it'll be dangerous to go get it. And the other game that I played this week was Temtem. Have you seen Temtem?
I've seen Hyper Shadowface.
Yes, that was unfortunate. That was unfortunate that Hyper Shadowface happened to me. But we cleaned that up. We cleaned that up real good and got rid of Shadowface.
I was told about Shadowface while in the middle of playing. I think it was... No, it wasn't Fight Dakianta. It was Schwarzenblitzen.
Schwarzenblitzen?
Jank-ass fighter.
Yeah.
Everyone is broken. Everything is broken.
Got it.
And the idea of the most broken character in the game versus Shadowface was a concept that was floated.
Good. I like that. So Temtem's a Pokemon ripoff from Kickstarter. And it is a fucking rip-off.
Not an homage.
No. It is a fucking clone. If this came out back in like 95, people would have gone, yeah, okay, add it to the Digimon and the whatever pile, except it's not trying to be a similar thing but different. It's trying to just straight up be Pokemon.
So where does your rip-off line extend? Do you consider... Okay, so you'd call Monster Hunter Pokemon rip-off? Right?
What?
Yeah, right?
No. What?
No? Rancher.
Jesus
Sorry.
Christ.
Sorry. that was insane. Sorry, I misspoke. Rancher. Monster
Okay,
Rancher.
yeah, sure.
Okay.
Digimon.
Digimon Metabots.
I'm not familiar with Medbots.
Okay, it's Kid and his buddy Metabee,
Yeah.
right?
I don't know.
Okay. So
Those are like clones, ripoffs, yada yada.
yeah,
Right? This is
it's not a clone.
right. Okay, well this is a Pokemon clone.
Yeah.
then. This is as close as you can get before a lawyer comes knocking at your door. Like You start the game, and your mom says, hey, go out there, go talk to the professor, and the professor gives you 3 Temtem to choose from.
Okay.
And they have type advantages against each other.
Okay.
And then you walk out the door, and your rival attacks you.
Okay.
Like, it is fucking Pokemon.
Is it made by angry Pokemon fans that wanted better?
No, it predates Sword and Shield's announcement.
Yeah.
It's just made by a Spanish team that loves Pokemon.
And wanted to play online.
And wanted to make their own Pokemon called Temtem. The original gimmick was that the original gimmick back on the Kickstarter is that it is a pseudo MMO. So as you're Temtemming, there are like hundreds of people also Temtemming around you.
Okay, it's a pseudo MMO.
Yeah.
So it's got a full single player adventure.
Absolutely. Just imagine you were playing Pokemon,
but other people are running around.
Everybody else playing is also around. When they get into a random battle, you see a little like sword icon above their head.
Okay.
And you can duel them at any time. You can trade them at any time.
Okay.
And that part's cool. But it's weird because the MMO thing, which was its original hook, is now like, who cares? Now its real hook is that it's a really good feeling off-brand classic style Pokemon game.
But the online aspect is not even a big deal.
Not to me.
Because it sounds like that's what I would think that would be the funnest place to explore with a concept like this, because when you think about Pokemon, you think about like, man, it would be great to fucking challenge other trainers and do that whole
you could also
anime
play co-op
thing.
the whole game.
Yes, I did see that in the trailer too.
But for me, the appeal isn't so much the MMO stuff. I think it's neat. Like, but it's not like, oh wow. For me, it's that it is a Pokemon fan game that changes a lot of things that I really don't like about Pokemon for what I believe is the better.
Okay.
So, it's all 2v2. Every fight in the game is 2v2.
Cool.
Which...
that was a thing that was occasionally in the older games.
Yeah.
But not the main.
And what it does is that, like, man, you spend way less time switching out for type advantage as a result.
Okay.
They also use a stamina system instead of PP.
Okay.
And the stamina is like, it takes a lot of stamina to do big attacks.
But after a couple turns, it'll regain.
It'll regen every turn.
Okay.
And if you use a big stamina attack when you're low, it will take some of your health instead. Because your Temtem exerted themselves.
Okay.
Right? Stuff like that, right? You're using cards instead of balls. Right?
What are those? Let's just get right to it. What do those final evolutions look like?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea. The art style is kind of weak overall. The humans look pretty awful. The Temtem themselves look like off-brand Pokemon, in some cases very literally, like there is a Caterpie.
Okay.
There's a Metapod.
Because I want to know. I need to see like previews of like where shit goes.
Yeah.
To know even if it's like, do you even want to go down this road? Because Digimon all
goes crazy,
but it starts worse in my opinion.
Way worse.
Digimon starters all look way worse than Pokemon do, but they all fucking end up amazing in these ridiculous directions, and there's so many options with them that it's like, yeah, it's fucking worth it. It's fucking worth it. So when it comes to these Temtem choices, you kind of want to know, like, where are we going with this? Right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna look it up. What's Crystal turn into? I can't find it.
Okay.
All right. Well, that was helpful. But
do they gain guns?
They do not gain guns. No, it's Pokemon through and through.
Okay.
And there's all sorts of... It looks very good, like fidelity-wise, which helps because it's a PC game.
Yes.
And it'll be coming in everything else.
When?
Eventually. It is in early access right now.
Okay. Were those like stretch goal ports?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the fucking... the emphasis on early access.
Okay.
Like, there are only 75 of the little guys in the game right now. There's going to be 161 eventually. But as such, when you go through the areas...
75 including evolutions?
Yeah.
Oof.
Right now. And so what happens when you go through the game right now, I was talking to a friend of mine, where you run into issues in which you're like fighting Rattata for like 6 hours.
Yeah.
Because there just aren't enough in the game right now.
If everything, or if almost everything has 2 or at least 3 forms, that's very
This
little.
thing is really, really early.
Okay.
Like, it's pretty solid, like bug-wise, but, like, less than half of the content is in.
Shadowface.
Shadowface, that's right. But for a very early access game, and for what it is very obviously trying to be, I'm fairly impressed. I really enjoyed my time with it.
I wonder why they went early. I guess to get some funds.
I believe that is the case.
Fundraise.
And also since they want to throw people at it.
Okay.
To break it.
Okay.
And test shit. The change to 2v2 and the stamina system alone just make it, to me, a lot more fun to actually fights. When I played Pokemon games, I would get in a random battle and then switch to the Pokemon that had the type advantage and then just kill that Pokemon outright. And that was that. That's not how they play out generally in Temtem.
You have to consider either.
Stuff has way more health in general.
Fights are...
Like, even if you get, like, a super effective move, they don't usually die.
Oh, okay. Is the full, like, single-player thing there?
Hell no. Like, you're running through a town, and, like, 4 of the buildings have work in progress, like, little signs out in front.
Okay. How far can you get?
Pretty far. Like, pretty long. Like, I think people were saying, like, 20, 30-ish hours. And, like, a fraction of the game is there right now. It's super early, but I'm, like, really excited because it feels like... How do I put this? There's a lot of folk, particularly Pokemon fan, who very much hate Temtem because visually the design is not nearly as good, and it is laughably unfinished compared to any Pokemon game that exists right now. And the feeling of, like, why are people getting excited for this ripoff? It's like, it's because it feels to me like when it's done, it will be like a Shovel Knight to Red and Blue.
Yeah.
Not to Sword and Shield.
Yeah.
Or not to Gold and Silver, but to Red and Blue.
Cool.
Which is exciting to me, as that was the Pokemon game that I cared the most about.
Yeah, I think that's... I mean, it all sounds pretty interesting. I guess I would be most excited to play it on something like a Switch.
Yeah.
So, it's like, it's the portable associations are so strong in my brain.
Yeah.
That sitting down at Steam and booting it up is like, just, it doesn't feel
well,
like the way
for me, I sit down and boot everything on Steam, so that's long gone for me.
And I say this while simultaneously also saying I want the Pokemon game where you can look up, you know?
Yeah,
so,
you can't.
Yeah, I know.
This is locked to the old type of perspective hard.
So I do see the conundrum in that, but if they are getting there eventually with ports and stuff, then that sounds cool.
I am kind of like bummed out at the... I wouldn't call it a backlash. Just there's a lot of people that are like incredibly dismissive of it.
Okay.
Like, it's fun. I enjoyed playing it a lot.
And
it's early, so be kind.
Well, so the funny thing is that despite the fact that there's a lot of Pokemon clones out there in IP, there's not a lot of Pokemon clones in game.
I would agree with that.
Right? It's interesting that you could like associate a lot of different things out there with, like, you can sell a kitten their buddy animal in a million different ways, but not many things are playing out the way that Red and Blue did. So there's space for this. I would be interested to give it a little test, but then forget about it until it's done.
I think I got one more sitting in me, and then to forget about it until it's done.
Providing that we get some cool final evolutions.
Like the way that I played Hades, where like I played Hades for a couple hours when it came out.
Yeah.
And then on this update or that update.
Yeah.
And now, by the way, the next update will be 1.0.
Okay.
For Hades. So, fucking woo.
Yes. I mean, fuck. Like, I came back to Dead Cells like 2 years later or whatever.
They're adding another thing to that.
Oh, yeah.
Soon.
I mean, dude, I came back to it like 2 years later or whatever, and maybe 3, however long it was, and like got so much further than I ever had with new weapons I never used, and just had a blast, you know, experiencing like a good run, so to speak. And Yeah, I definitely. There's not many games where you have that experience of like, I played this in early access and I'm coming back to it close to final, and like that experience is helping, but it's still pretty much a new experience in a way.
Dead Cells got like, I want to say like rebalanced or like overhauled sometime after 1.0.
Yeah, and then they added like Twitch modes and all this crazy shit.
Because I had a similar experience. That mine were a little closer together, but I came back and was like, this feels like a completely different game.
I just found that like the amount of new weapons and abilities opened up, and some of the like room balancing was more in your favor, and like I got like many maps in, you know, to be like, okay, yeah, this feels like what the game should have been. So I'm excited to see that, providing that this is as solid as you are saying that has the potential to go.
Maybe, you know, I'm trying to think, maybe I'm taking it easy on this game just because I like their Twitter account.
Okay.
Because their Twitter account is really quick on the updates. So like you'll be playing it and you'll get kicked out because the server goes down, and you'll hit the Twitter and the Twitter will already be like, hey, the server's fucked up, sorry guys, we're working on it.
Hey, did you make a kid?
I did.
You like your kid?
Yes.
Did you pick a buddy?
Yes, I did.
Do you enjoy your buddy?
I do. I hate my rival.
You feeling attached to your team?
Yes.
Yeah. Then yeah. That's it.
Your rival's such a fucking asshole.
Good.
Like he's like Gary Oak on steroids, asshole.
Good.
It's I dislike the trend in Pokemon games where your rival's your friend. Your rival should be a
quote unquote friend.
Yeah, but your rival should be a piece of shit.
Because I like it when it's like, yeah, there's no qualms about the fact that I fucking hate you.
Yeah.
But I'm still like from the same town as you.
Like you go up to like the first gym leader and she's talking to you because you know the professor, and you're having like a nice chat, and your rival Max is like literally screaming next to you, what about me, what about me, I have a digital Temtem. And the gym leader just ignores them.
Good.
And he is like stamping his feet and ready to like piss himself. He's so fucking pissed off.
As opposed to say X and Y, where like you guys are basically BFFs.
Yeah.
While being like, I gotta beat you.
Yeah. Like, no, this kid's an asshole.
Sick.
Like, okay, so you get your Temtem, and then you walk outside. Okay. He says, hey, I'll give you your Temtem, Max and Pat, right? And Max goes, can I get a digital one? I want a digital one. And he goes, those are really rare. No. And he goes, okay, well, hey, Pat, you want to pick yours? And I pick one, right? And he goes, okay, cool. And then I go outside, and Max has a digital Temtem somehow. And in the first rival battle, the digital one beats all 3 types that you can start with, and kicks your shit in.
Nice.
And the professor goes, wow, man, you had no chance. Here's a second Temtem that's a different type.
Okay.
So that you can do. And Max starts screeching, why don't I get a second one?
But how do you get a digital one?
And he goes, you have a digital one.
Yeah.
They're super rare.
Yeah.
Calm down. And he's like, this is bullshit. And he runs away.
That's awesome. Good. So you might come across him like beating his Pokemon later.
Yeah. Like, might as well.
Okay.
Like, he's such a little shithead.
Nice.
It's also, it's made by Pokemon super fans. So they do one thing that I actually really love, where you run into people and your character has the ability to ask them about their Temtem, and they're like, I don't have Temtem. I don't care.
Yeah. Cool.
Like, there's a character that literally tells you not everything in life is about Temtem, kid.
Perfect. Great. The world doesn't revolve around it. Awesome. I love that. You need that guy. You need people going to work while kids are running around with their monsters that are just like, get the fuck out of my way.
So this is what I'm talking about. Like, there's all these little things.
That's great.
That made me go like, yeah, okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
Yeah. Perfect. And yeah, if I fucking leave my mom's house, go down to Oak's lab, pick my Pokemon, and then Joffrey walks in.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm very down. I'm very down with that. It's good.
Yeah, but needs more Temtem badly. Temtem needs more Temtem badly.
I'm shocked that you didn't peak at the final evolutions. That's such an important part to me.
Yeah, honestly, so am I.
Like, I don't care about...
I think the reason for that is because out of the 3 starters, there was a very clear winner in my mind. So I didn't even care what...
But if it goes somewhere horrible, then fuck that.
Yeah, but it was the green one.
Like, Wartortle is the single worst
it's
thing.
The worst. It's the worst thing
in all 9
ever created by a human.
Of all
it's
9
terrible.
possibilities on the starters, well, that's not true. Now, like 12 if you count Charizards, but there's nothing worse than a Wartortle.
Wartortles are God's mistake.
But you accept it on the way to Gun
Turtle. Yes, that's true.
So I need to know.
Yeah.
I need to know where I'm going. Squirtle's a hero. Wartortle never happened.
Wartortle never happened.
DMC3.
There it is. Nailed it. Completely nailed it. Yeah, so that's going on with me. I'm going to be playing more Resident Evil games and some random shit over the following week over at twitch.tv/angriestpat. Might do Temtem again, but probably not. I don't know.
Okay.
Wartortle sucks.
It's really bad.
That's the name of the podcast
It's got
this week.
ugly wing hair, like ear
it's
things.
terrible.
It's got a terrible tail. It's just
I forgot about the tail.
It's got a goofy ass like foam tail, and it just kind of, it's like just a standing up Squirtle, and it's like, fuck off, bro.
Get out.
You're super. You're.
I mean,
uncool.
Ivysaur and fucking Charmeleon don't fucking light the world on fire either.
No, but
they're just slightly bigger versions of the other design.
Yeah, Charmeleon is an aggressive Charizard. Yeah, like I see, like it's there.
And
right?
then he'll eventually turn into Chameleonaire.
Yeah, Ivysaur is fine. It's just not that different.
It's just the bulb was kind of coming out.
Yeah, Wartortle is just a
bunch
of...
The Bulbasaur evolutions are weird because like it goes Bulbasaur, got it, Ivysaur, got it, and then
Elephant.
Venusaur is like 1,000 times the size.
Elephant.
Yeah, like
insane. Makes no sense.
What happened here?
Yeah. Oh, Magikarp, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So.
Well, no, I mean that's because of the fucking the myth of the dragon and all that shit. I remember playing Yakuza 1 and fighting the final boss and being like, oh, that's why Magikarp sucks ass. Because in Yakuza 1, the final boss has a carp on his back.
Okay.
Where Kiryu has the dragon. And there's a scene in which a tattoo artist is explaining to you that the carp will travel up the stream and become a dragon. And I'm like, oh. Magikarp sucks still, though.
Yeah. Wartortle fans rise up. Unite.
Mm-hmm.
So you can all be in the same place at the same time. And we can deal with that problem. So,
Pat's the crazy one, but Wooly's the one making overt threats towards you people.
Let's take a quick word from our sponsors. This week, the podcast is sponsored by Raycon.
Hey, Raycon, what up?
Yo. Sleek, stylish, discreet, futuristic. But enough about me.
Boo.
Peep these Raycon.
You're not futuristic.
I mean, I'm not. I would like to be. And you know what would help with that?
What's that?
Some wireless earbuds that are so comfortable, that are perfect for taking calls and on-the-go listening, that are inexpensive compared to the other premium wireless earbuds on the market, but still sound just as amazing. Like the Raycon latest model, the E25. It's their best one yet. It's got 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, and a more compact design.
The idea of bass in earbuds is always so bizarre to me.
How
do they make them not just explode?
Through really rigorous testing, and like people.
I guess you only need like the tiny, because it's in your ear, right?
Yeah.
So you don't need like a boom.
People in lab coats with beakers and colored fluids,
Yeah.
and then you get the Raycon
They take the
E25,
base fluid and they pour a little bit more base on it.
and then you magic,
Bam.
just like that. So in addition to that base, you get noise isolation, and again, all the good quality that you'd come to expect. So you've heard me talk about them before. The company was co-founded by Reggie and celebrities like Snoop Dogg, for example, and they're super into making sure that, hey, sound quality matters, right? So you want to go with the best. You want to go with the affordable and yet solid quality earbuds, the Raycons. Steph loves them, still uses them everywhere, every day. In fact, most days passes out listening to a podcast or two with them. I can tell because it's like you get that little beep, that little blue, and you're like, oh, there it is. So now's the time to get the latest and greatest from Raycon. Get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/superbeast. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast for 15% off Raycon wireless earbuds. Buyraycon.com/superbeast.
Thanks, Raycon.
Thanks, Raycon. So, if we can, let's jump into the news.
Hey, it's news time. Does everybody want a news? Hey, is there good news in the world? All right, no, let's narrow that down. How about video games?
Well, if you want to talk about myths being reinvented for video games,
Okay.
like the Magikarp that turns into
A dragon.
the Dragon, have you heard the myth of the swan, or rather, excuse me, the crane that was injured and found by the man, and then it repays him by secretly transforming into a woman that becomes his wife? It's a whole tale.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's this thing. I remember hearing about this a while ago, and it was actually relevant because they announced a new character, but it's a returning character for Samurai Shodown. That is Iroha, the nun. Excuse me, not the nun. Excuse me, the maid, rather. She's that maid.
Those are different.
I know. My words are weird today.
Yeah. You think your words are weird? I started to get confused when you were telling that story because I saw a man at a riverside picking up a construction crane that became his wife.
Okay, well, knowing that you're tired,
This is a stupid fucking podcast.
knowing that you're tired, I'm thinking ahead of my own sentences and stumbling into their endings, and it's not working out for me. So bear with me as I continue.
Nuns
to
are
say
just God's maids. There we go.
things. But anyway,
You're not that far off.
so Sogetsu, the Water Brother, was announced. Leaked actually for the arcade version not too long ago.
Because he's water. He's water.
Ah. Yes. So
This podcast sucks.
it's really not good.
Oh man,
It's really not good. But anyway, so the new characters being shown off include Mina, who is the archer girl.
Yeah. Oh, I remember her.
Yeah, she was pretty annoying to fight
Yep.
until they nerfed her and she became worthless. So we'll see if they can find a happy balance in between. Because this was announced at EVO Japan, which took place this weekend.
Oh, I saw a clip from Evo Japan this weekend.
Yeah, was it the reign of Leroy Smith?
No.
Okay.
Was the winner of the Smash Brothers tournament.
Oh, I didn't see it.
You didn't see it?
No.
Did you see what the Smash Brothers tournament winner received?
Nope.
They received a Pro controller
Wow.
with a special sticker on it that had a Smash Brothers logo. And then when they presented the fancy Pro controller to the winner, they dropped it on the floor.
Accidentally?
Yes.
Wow.
There was no prize money of any kind.
Yeah, that would probably be because of the JESU fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Where if you're not a member of the official esports union, that is essentially a fucking group of Yakuza strong-arming people into paying them, then you cannot win prize money.
Ah, I see.
And the craziest thing about it, we talked about it a little bit in the past about how Momochi won events and refused to sign up and it was literally like he's leaving hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table.
Yeah.
But he doesn't care because of the principle. Because what happened was essentially in the short, there's a whole thing where like gambling laws created a weird thing.
Gambling
where
laws
Japan
are weird.
Was really scared about tournaments being similar to that.
Yeah.
So they don't want anyone to just win a pot prize. So there was a kind of like a gap for like, okay, so how do we fix this problem, right? And a random third-party company that has nothing to do with the government invents themselves and calls themselves the Esports Union, the Japanese Esports whatever player association, and they just say, we are now the official people that will be a registry.
It's us
as esports players, and if you want to win prize money of more than up to whatever minuscule amount, you have to be a registered player with us. And of course, we take our fees and cuts and players' dues. We do. And everything goes through us. And like, it was literally like this was not a government body.
Yeah.
And then they just went straight to a bunch of companies like Capcom and said, hey, we're official. And Capcom said, okay. And the players were like, no, they're not. They're nobody. They just came out of nowhere and said, no.
Listen, I'm sorry. The hands were already shook.
Yeah. So if the companies making the games agree to work with this random ass company,
I gotta admit, I'm really consistently impressed at how laughably overt the Yakuza's involvement in the game business in Japan is.
I mean, I don't know if it's literal, like underworld bosses, but it's a scam on that level.
I'm going to assume that every high-end scam in Japan, at some point, someone talked to a guy wearing a cool suit that can pull it off in one smooth motion.
Probably.
At some point.
Probably.
Like, we've all heard, I mean, maybe not all of you guys, unless you heard them from us, but Wooly, we have all heard the stories of the 90s era Sega shenanigans.
Yeah.
In which, like, just the fucking gooniest shit that ever gooned was happening.
So in this modern era, it's really rough because it's like some players, like say Tokido, are like, yeah, man, I'm a sign up and do what I need to. If I win, I'm taking my prize money. It is what it is.
Yeah.
And then other players like Momochi are like, fight the power forever. I will continue to win and not take this prize money and try to push awareness so that everyone realizes this scam should not be legitimized through inaction. And it's like, God damn, you're a real one. You're a fucking real one for turning that money down and being like, nah, I don't give a shit. Also, I will continue to win and I will continue to be a name on top of the list so you can't ignore me. It's not like lower. It's like there's a bunch of players that are like also in that bracket of like people that are fighting the Jesu but don't get top placement, you know? But it matters when you are somebody that might win the entire thing and be like, fuck this thing every time, you know? And then it makes the news. It'll make the newspapers where it's like, player does not take prize money. And then it's like, what happens to the prize money? If you remember the last time we talked about this. And it was like,
who knows?
So
there's an ancient story that I was looking up, which was told by an anonymous
Momochi
man.
Backed down.
They got to him.
Oh, fuck.
But
damn,
there was a guy who described a story in which a unnamed Japanese video game company kidnapped his sister so that he would stop working at Nintendo.
What the fuck? Yeah. Didn't we talk about this?
I think we did.
We definitely talked about this.
Nanashi, this is the pseudonym.
Oh my god!
Recounts the amazing kidnapping story, explaining that he hired a truck-mounted crane to drop an arcade machine in front of the company's offices to show them he meant business. It was one of their game machines. I dropped it in front of their offices, smashed it, and then I told one of their employees that they would be next to show them that I was serious. They would be ashamed of their actions, you know? And then they gave his sister back.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You kind of forget, you know? Sometimes you're like, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll be a construction worker. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna fill cinder blocks and help build things.
Okay, so we're laying the foundation, right?
Cool.
Hey, buddy. You laying the foundation?
Yeah.
I got something for you.
What?
Just this box. Can you put it in there?
In the foundation?
Yeah, in the foundation.
That's not up to code.
Here's $100,000.
What code?
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
And no one ever saw Jimmy Hoffa again.
Yeah. Hey, who's the foreman on this? Who's that? Moltisanti?
Yeah.
Chris?
Yeah.
Chris Moltisanti's the
That's right.
he doesn't have any experience on
That's crazy. Why is he the foreman? I've never seen him at the site.
The fuck? You know why you
That's weird.
Okay, well, I guess we take our orders from Chris now.
Okay.
From Chrissy.
All right there.
What?
I mean, Chris who? What?
What happened to your nose?
Who am I? Who are you? I don't know you. I've never met you.
Your nose is all fucked up. What happened?
If you were to walk away from me, I wouldn't know who you were ever again.
So yeah, that's fucking that is wild. Well, anyway, this is really really fucking sad because
Hustle or scam? This, I'm going to say, falls on the side of scam.
I mean, what is it called to go beyond?
Crime.
Crime.
Yeah, crime.
It is not a hustle nor a scam.
Yeah.
It is a crime.
Oh, crime. Yeah, crime.
This is not red or blue. This is yellow. This is not
no.
hustle or flow. It's respect.
Oh, no.
This is not a scam nor a fucking hustle. This is 100% a crime.
Darn crime.
Yep.
Hey, everybody at home. Don't commit crimes. It's Pat's moralizing of the day.
I cannot, like, as sad as I am to discover that Momochi had to take the L in his case is the biggest W.
Yeah.
So I can't really fault him for it.
But especially with pro video game players in this context, it's like, man, it would be, out of any profession I can think of, it'd be really easy to ruin their careers.
Yeah, sure.
One unscrupulous random passerby.
Yeah.
Quotes.
But it really is wild that, like, a random thug group with enough money can register a trademark,
Yeah.
show up, and say, it's us now.
Well, you know, Wooly, it's amazing how far you can get in life if you have a group of people willing to tell people that they'll stab someone.
Yeah.
People don't like being stabbed.
No.
And most of the time, if somebody says, give me that or I'll stab you, you should just give them what they want so that you don't get stabbed.
But then later, they're supposed to get in trouble
They are.
for trying to stab you.
Yes. And then for the people that are not afraid of getting stabbed, they go, would you like a money? And people like money.
Yep.
And that's how it works.
You know, the other, of course, it's like new industries are like hyper prone to massive corrupt movements.
Yeah.
Because it's uncharted territory that no one's paying attention to yet. So no one down
I mean, we had that kerfuffle with the YouTube and the FCC.
Yeah.
Right?
If no one down at the office is paying attention to this corner
Yeah.
of the economy, then why not run through it?
I mean,
with
you guys took
thuggery?
that massive bribe for Killer Instinct, and you guys didn't get in trouble for that.
They'll catch up eventually.
Eventually, yeah, when regulation catches up. But the statute of limitation will be way long past.
Yeah. Fucking Jesu. God damn. Okay. Well, in any case, aside from that, they announced the DLC characters. So,
Oh, right! This is part of a Samurai Shodown story.
well, it was just some announcements that came out of Evo Japan.
Yeah.
And one of them was that Mina, the archer girl, came back. She's got a eye patch now, so she's a fucking
Well, there's your nerf right
one-eyed
there.
archer. Yeah, I guess so. Sogetsu, the water brother to the fire brother, Kazuki, he's in this as well. And one of the big fan favorites from Samurai Shodown 6, Iroha, the maid fighter, made a huge return, and she was insanely popular at the time. She was like almost like micro Mai Shiranui popular.
Is that spelled with an I?
Iroha.
Okay, Iroha.
Yeah.
Samurai.
She had a huge impact when she first showed up.
Who is this character?
And in addition to the design aspects that made her very popular, she was also like she had a weird thing to her character where she would address the player as like husband or master.
Wait, how did this character get so popular? I don't understand.
Right, it makes no sense. So she would address the player as husband or master kind of thing.
Yeah.
And would actually like do the proper formal like thank you so much
and
talk to the camera.
That honorific Japanese kind of talk. Yeah.
Donna-sama, and would talk directly to the camera and break the fourth wall.
Yeah.
So I didn't know this, but apparently like the reason for her character, besides all of the fan service exploding out of the screen, is that she's based on a legend of and I have heard of this story before. Actually, it's a legend of a dude who saved a dying crane from like whatever an injury, and then it magically turns itself into a wife.
Yes, that's right.
To come and repay him, and it basically is able to. I think it's like create do a magic thing where it creates bread or gold or do some kind of crazy thing that makes them like happy and able to be like rich or whatever.
Yeah, sure. Prosperous. Yeah.
But he must never peek behind the curtain when she's doing the magic. Sure. And then one day his curiosity gets the best of him and he peeks and sees that she is in fact, oh my God, it is the crane. That was my wife all along.
Right.
And then the crane says, I told you not to look.
Right.
And then she's like, now I can't stay here. And
I find it funny that I'm going to peek behind a curtain right now with the Joseph Campbell Hero's Journey monomyth shit. That is like 1,001 myths are all the same.
Yeah.
You get something sick or someone saves you from something.
Yes.
And the only thing you have to do is not look.
Yeah.
And every single version of that story is they look and they fuck it up.
Yeah, or they turn into a pile of salt.
Yeah.
Guess what? Stories told through oral tradition in human history tend to be things that are usually just parables for things that'll help you stay alive longer.
Yeah. It's one of those fascinating things of like that is a myth that arises simultaneously, independently in tons of different cultures. The Greeks, the ancient Jews, the Japanese, like I seriously doubt they were all hanging out at the same time.
Don't fuck up your good situation.
You got a good situation, somebody told you not to look, shut the fuck up, don't look. Right? Don't do it. You fucked it up.
Right.
You fucked it up.
Yeah. Yeah. All kinds of things about betrayal or being deceitful.
Yeah.
Jealousy, right? Your two moms that claim that the baby's theirs.
Yeah.
So King's like, all right, I'm gonna cut this baby in half. You each get a piece of it. How's that sound? And one lady's like, yeah, sounds good to me.
Sounds good. And the other lady's like, yeah, okay. And then King Solomon's like, what?
Wait.
The fuck is wrong with you bitches? And he's like, okay, write down in the story that one of them was like, no, my baby. Okay?
And
both of them going to jail.
It's like, nah, can you like do a up trick to Helm Splitter so that we can... And the other one's like, yeah, totally. So I'm down.
Yeah, sure.
You can. What's the deal? Hurry up. You're like, what? Something like that. That's how it went. Anyway.
Yeah, just the idea of like King Solomon being like, so like, oh, this is totally going to work. I'm 100% going to figure out who the real mom is. And then they're just both assholes. And he's like, oh, thanks.
Half is fine.
I'm a great wise king. And I had a good gimmick for this case. And you two fucked it up.
I was in the middle of a story for all time. I thought this one through.
Hey, King Solomon's court stenographer, we're writing this one down the way I thought it was going to go down. I'm going to be super famous forever.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so she's based on that legend. And that's why she breaks the fourth wall when talking to the player. and she's back now. And it's like, yeah, who didn't see that one coming? Anyone who paid attention to popular characters in Samurai Shodown 6 definitely knew she was.
I find that
she was a
like her design now is like extra hilariously double fan servicey because she has a curtain covering her crotch. Don't look behind it.
She's a swan.
You'll see bird stuff.
Yeah.
I guess when birds turn into your wife, they have fat tits.
Don't question the bird. Sometimes in the bedroom, it's going to get a little weird.
It's going to get a little cloaca-y.
Just don't question it. Don't peek behind the curtain.
You'll see bird stuff.
You want a wife or not? You think that story maybe just came from one creepy grandpa? It was just...
This bird's my wife.
It's just like... You know, when grandma died, grandpa went up into the mountains and...
This crane lets me fuck it.
It was just...
It's the secret to riches. I don't know, grandpa. I don't know.
Okay, can we just pretend that it turned into... No?
Just because it's wearing a little maid dress doesn't mean that it's your wife, grandpa.
There's a lesson to be learned here. All right, anyway, so there was that, and then they also showed off the Haohmaru as a guest character in Soulcalibur 6.
He looks good.
Yes. So he is showing up, and guess what? Yeah, he's fighting Mitsurugi because of fucking
Shocker.
course.
And they know each other.
They have the same uppercut.
I actually really like that they know each other.
Yeah.
In that trailer.
They have the same fucking, like, you know, Ogetsu-san and Uriya. So,
I don't know. That kind of makes me feel like, oh, maybe you should have picked somebody else. Because Haohmaru is so similar to Mitsurugi.
I mean, I feel like it almost feels like he was based off of him early on in. You know, especially when he had the stray, like loose strands in front of his face and stuff. But whatever, here they are. Ryo and Ryu showed up in the same game.
That's weird.
They had to face each other down.
Yeah.
What do you want to say, right?
I want to say that's weird.
And he looks like he should. Looks cool. It's a good fit. Good guest.
Good.
That's it.
Street Fighter V is definitely not coming to the Nintendo Switch. Shut up, everyone.
Yeah, they denied that rumor.
Fucking.
There also was a patch to the patch to fix
by a
netcode,
different person
who made a better version of the fan netcode patch for
that
PC.
doesn't fuck up people that don't have it or PS4 owners.
It only fucks up people who are running the first patch.
The irony.
Yeah. So there you go. They kept it going. And that's it for fighting game talk. Now there's some other stuff.
Oh, thank goodness. Wait, wasn't there an extra fighting game thing?
Was there a story?
No, maybe. No.
Well, anyway. Patapon 2 is coming to PS4. If you have not...
2?
Patapon 2? Patapon?
Yeah, that game's great, but like... Just not the third one? Or did the first one come out ages ago?
The first one came out years ago.
Okay, there. All right.
So now the sequel's coming out.
Okay. That game's great.
Yes, it is. And if you did not play it, then you should, because Patapon is fucking awesome. It's great.
That's it. Patapon's great. It's good to play.
Musical and fun. Yeah, Mark of the Wolves got GGPO. That happened. But
yeah.
I don't know how many people like care about that.
I was surprised to see it on my Steam like splash page when I logged on. That was like, hey, Mark of the Wolves is no longer fucked up.
Yeah, that's cool. You know,
your Wolves can now fight correctly.
I think it's cool. I'm like whatever. It seems like a lot of people don't, you know. So, all right. Patapon 2 is worthy of your attention.
It really is.
And thus, I am bringing it to you.
That was one of my favorite PSP games.
If you're one of those Zennials that was not around for the PSP, then check out this game. It was a cool game from the PSP era, the thing that came before the Vita. Yeah. Other things going on?
Oh no.
What's wrong?
There are many. I just browsed a thing, and there are many clips of me being crazy today. It's a bad one, isn't it?
The entire start of the podcast is completely irrational.
Oh, okay.
Like, people were startled with how easily we moved on from what was a complete descent into madness.
All right. Okay.
You dug a pit so deep that the only way out was to pretend it wasn't dug to begin with.
All right.
EA might be working on a KOTOR reboot. The game will allegedly integrate elements from the first two games. Not too sure.
I don't think I trust anybody working
how real
there
this is
to make that.
But according to a new report from Cinelix via Games Radar, I suppose, two sources familiar with Disney's plans have confirmed a KOTOR game in the works. But there's some disagreement on whether it's a simple reboot or a sequel of sorts. So the two sources are reporting different things, but both seem to have in mind the idea that it is KOTOR related.
I am not looking forward to that.
Well, depends. Is it simply a makeover?
No, it'd be a new game, and I don't trust anybody working at EA to make that. So,
who made SWTOR?
BioWare Austin.
Okay. So this would just be no one even remotely.
Nope.
Okay. You think the building blocks of, like, because it's not something where, for example, if you had an engine, let's say you had to remake the game entirely,
Yeah.
but you kept the same script and you kept the same.
That's not gonna happen. There's no way. EA? Fuck no. They're gonna make KOTOR again, but it'll be a new KOTOR under EA that's canon, right? And it'll be like, get your Revan mask microtransact. I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up just now.
It'll use a calendar that references everything from the Starkiller incident.
Oh fucking Jesus! I straight up just don't want this to happen. You know what else I don't want to happen? It might be on this list. Konami is like going around asking developers if they're interested in making a fucking like Silent Hill spinoff.
Oh yeah,
Like
so
Until Dawn.
Well, hold that thought, because I mean that's also a thing on the docket. But as far as this story goes, I imagine the best thing you could get out of this, unlikely though it may be, would just be a touch up and a port.
Yeah.
Right. Make it work with modern controls and shove it on the modern platform.
Like a remaster or something.
Basically.
Yeah, that's
unlikely, but the best possible thing.
Yeah. Mukushakapaka.
Yeah. Well,
Kachi
Puka. Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Just put like 4 more of those. There's like 3 total for every alien in the game.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I guess that might be bad.
I can't wait for HK47 to be ruined.
Well, I will try. Well, anyway, whatever. We'll see. Personally, I'm going to probably fucking dive in there before this shit happens.
Please.
As I mentioned to others.
Please before.
Yes. It won't get ruined. So.
If you're going to ruin it yourself.
If I'm going to ruin it, I have to ruin it myself. Yeah. Yeah. I'll find out soon enough.
Yes, guys. McClunky.
You gotta say it.
Vinny has like gained ownership of McClunky.
No one noticed until like, or if they did notice, they weren't really. It wasn't in my sphere of hearing about it until that point. So, I saw the side by side of them.
It's so ridiculous.
And like the fucking neck break, like meme is one of the creepiest.
So bad. It's like an effect that lasts for like 4 frames.
It's a flash level. Just Han Solo's neck leans back,
and it snaps,
and his gun points upwards, and it's fucking weird.
Oh man.
All right. Anyway. Yeah. So it's KOTOR 2, and then there's a bunch of epilogues in SWTOR, right?
I don't. You fight Revan as a raid boss in that game.
I heard there's some interesting closing details inside that game. So.
I don't know. I write that whole shit off. I don't pay attention.
I mean, I like, if it's just for the sake of knowing what happens or where characters end up, then like I don't mind grabbing like a compilation video of stuff from the MMO and then just watching that
I'm
separately.
at the point now where I have been so disappointed so consistently by spin-offs that answer what happens that I am fully embracing. I don't care what happens.
Fair enough.
Like, whatever happened to so-and-so, don't care.
Okay.
They went away.
Well, when I do go to figure it out for myself, I do want to know what's what. So, but yes, that's what's going down. Now, you did mention Silent Hills, and that story is back in Silent Hills, not because of PT, but Silent Hills because there possibly might be 2 new Silent Hill games in development. Apparently, Konami, despite saying they cannot share anything on this point, but they're listening to customer feedback and considering ways to provide the next title.
Okay, so here's my customer feedback. Don't.
See, this is especially weird coming off of the PT feelings, because that created a weird thing. PT came out and created a weird thing where this brand is like going to have to fight past that to land, and it can, but people are gonna definitely be like upset about whatever happened back then.
As a longtime Silent Hill fan and sufferer, I would actually like to go farther than that, because PT, it doesn't have to just fight back against PT, right? And the fact that that game's dead and not going to happen, and it would have been awesome, guaranteed.
PT was the payoff for an already existing
PT
period.
Was the drop of water on the parched, dying fan base after Homecoming and Downpour and Book of Memories.
Yeah.
And it's, we're finally gonna get it killed. And now we're gonna go back to generic random spin-offs being contracted out to random teams. And so everyone is like, no. Stop.
You're right.
No one wants it.
Unwinnable. Not unwinnable, but I imagine you have to literally get a visionary and have them take a completely different crack at it.
Yeah, and at which point it's like, oh wow, you got a visionary and a great team to do it. You were doing that before too. Are you just gonna cancel this one?
Yeah, but you didn't like that guy. So, yeah.
It should be like a really secret game about pachinko mines.
It should take place in a pachinko parlor. And like it's just as loud and just as bright. And Pyramid Head is walking in the distance between the rows of pachinko machines.
Yeah, watch. It's just, you know what? It's gonna be like Pyramid Head Pachinko's Revenge.
You get sucked into a machine.
Yeah.
In your mind, and then the balls are all you. And Pyramid Head.
Man, those first 2 games are really good.
Pyramid Head is pulling the lever, and down the game you go.
I bring this up every time, but it bears mentioning. Silent Hill is the only game franchise I can think of that has more than 5 entries. In fact, it has like 9. Every single game sold less than the one before it. every single one.
According to Twitter Aesthetic Gamer, who accurately shared Capcom's leaks in the past, Konami reached out to developers a couple years ago, pitching ideas or inviting pitches for Silent Hill ideas. One game is thought to be a soft reboot of the franchise,
Yay.
while the other is rumored to be an episodic adventure similar to Until Dawn.
Yay. Yay.
Do you think a Telltale Silent Hill game could work out?
No. Because those comics were goddamn awful.
Oh, were there comics?
Hell yeah, there were.
Mm-hmm. Is it just because they were written poorly?
Yes.
Is it possible for them not to be written poorly?
No.
Okay.
They were written poorly, but they were all people had to go on for some time, so that these shitty comics actually entered into canon in Downpour by having characters cross-contaminate each other.
Can I just say that the entirety of the time I've known you, I've never seen you enjoy Silent Hill.
It was all before I met you.
Because it was over by then?
Yep, it was over by then.
It was already done. That's fucked. That's so fucked up. That's fucking... Yeah.
I've literally always been miserable about this thing that I ostensibly love because it has been terrible for that long. So yeah, let's get ready for a soft reboot, everybody! All anyone wants is for them to re-release 2 and 3 in their original format on the PS2 download store. That's all anybody wants. Just do that.
All right, well, we've talked about KOTOR and we've talked about Silent Hill. So if you're not fully hollow yet, we can talk about other things with hollows.
Let's hit it.
Speaking of going hollow, Dark Souls 2. But this is actually good news.
Okay.
It's just a mod. Someone's making a mod. But the someone that's making a mod is a lighting artist and graphics programmer who is modding all the light sources in the game piece by piece, set by set, stage by stage, and doing the entirety of Scholar of the First Sin over with better lighting.
Oh, yes.
And the side-by-sides are pretty good.
Illuminating.
So STAYD 3D on Twitter is where you can see the side-by-sides. It's not you pull it up on your phone because the monitors.
I've seen them.
Oh, you've seen them?
Yeah, looks good.
They look great.
Yeah,
they look really nice. And according to Stade, the artist, it's not yet done, but like you're seeing some areas like especially like Majula and like the Shrine of Amana look fucking incredible.
Yeah,
with like proper adjustments to ambient occlusion, anti-aliasing, and so on. But yeah, like this is basically just like a piece by piece redo, and like there's a screenshot of Hades Tower of Flame that looks like a current gen Dark Souls game.
Lighting matters.
Like it's kind of crazy just looking at that one shot, because I know Scholar looked better a little bit, right? Coming to the next gen console, or rather current, but like holy fuck, does this really like make it sink in. And it's interesting too because you're looking at like how incredible the brick and the temple looks, and the lighting coming off of the set that the hero, that whatever you're wearing, and then you look over at the water and it's still the same liquid, you know what I mean? Like that can't really be touched up that much.
There's only so much you can do, man.
Yeah, you can like the lighting's not going to change how that kind of looks, so that still looks the same, but everything else looks fucking great. There's another shot too from Forest of Giants.
Yeah, that had some flat fucking lighting.
Yeah, and now you can kind of see like, even though the geometry on the trees is still like old low poly geometry modeling, it creates the illusion more effectively. You know?
Illusion.
But once again, the liquid continues to look kind of poop. So Peep that if you're interested in revisiting Drangleic.
It's been a bit.
Yeah. And I think it's also like, besides all the fixes and whatnot, I think it ended in a place where people are like, you know what, I can appreciate some of the interesting different things after they were fixed up in Scholar. A lot of people seem to talk about it.
Iron Keep got fucked up, but the rest of it was pretty good.
Yeah. Right? It's like you can revisit that.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So that's cool. I definitely don't often hear about lighting mods, you know, but fucking rad on that.
You're in the wrong communities. Lighting mod is like one of the most common mods you can do for PC games. People usually use ENB presets to change like everything about a game's palette.
Awesome.
It sucks.
Is it usually this drastic of a jump?
No, this guy's actually like baking in new lighting. Usually it's just like changing the contrast and stuff like that so that the darks are darker and the lights are brighter and shit like that. It's annoying because I can never get it to work because I'm stupid. Now I'm sad.
Well,
I'm sad because I'm stupid.
You can be happy because you know how Nintendo World is being made by USJ?
Yes.
Well, Universal Studios Japan is going to get that, but so is Orlando.
Yay!
In 2023.
Now I can piss into the mouths of English-speaking piranha plants.
Yes. The piranha plants absolutely love water sports.
They love for you to piss down their
Piranha
throat.
plants can't get enough water sports, and who are you to deny them? I suggest you pick the middle one. That way, no matter who enters, they're forced to team up with you.
Yeah. What were they thinking?
Horrible things.
Like, you think that was somebody going like, right?
It depends. It
or
depends.
it's just an oversight.
It depends on whether or not the inside of the urinal has a urinal cake that looks like a tongue.
I gotta check. Nintendo.
Was it even real?
Oh, it was real. Piranha.
Well, in the meantime, in 2023, you'll be seeing an Orlando version of the Super Nintendo World and Florida, and it'll also...
Okay, the insides of the urinal are porcelain white. There's no tongue, there's no uvula.
A lot of people seem to think it was fake. Might have been fake.
Let's just check that. It might have been fake. It's from at Nintendo of Amorica.
Okay. Nonetheless...
Well, now I'm disappointed.
Yeah. The idea is horrifying. And now it's out there.
Yeah. Well, go down to the Nintendo of America. Sorry, the US. Go down to Nintendo World and tape up a fucking picture of Mario. It says nice cock above every urinal.
See, the problem with the urinals is that nobody turned around to look at the stalls where the toilet bowls were painted green and had little Yoshi tongues sticking out of them.
Oh, come on. Come on.
The top of the toilet seat had a little nose with the two. It was green with the two nose holes on it.
Oh, and when you flush, it goes whoop or whatever the fucking Yoshi noise is.
Yoshi! Yep. And you know what? Before you walk out of that stall, you get an egg. There's a little gacha connected to the top of the tank, and it spits an egg out for you.
Like, is it actually possible for us to do one podcast without degenerating into this disgusting shit and piss and barf fucking crap?
You don't get to feel bad about what you started.
Yeah, I do. I can feel guilt.
Sound familiar?
That's a human component.
You brought us here.
No, you wait. Did I? Did I? No, you. I can't remember. It's too long ago.
Yeah. Enjoy your Control V. Pasted right back at you, buddy.
I did that once by accident on Twitter. Control V'd the wrong thing.
Don't do that.
Do you know what it was? It's a bunny eating a carrot. And it was
lucky.
like I clicked tweet without even realizing it. I meant to post video game footage, but I had in fact posted footage of a tiny rabbit eating a carrot and being adorable.
You got lucky.
And everybody saw that. That's what I was looking at. It was adorable.
It was, but you know, ever since I saw Full Metal Panic, the second raid,
yeah,
I'm convinced that what is wholesome might not be that wholesome. It all depends.
Pardon?
So there's a villain in TSR. Full Metal Panic is an anime.
I'm aware of Full Metal Panic.
The second raid is a second season of action that's really, really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
In it, there's a villain, and he's a fucking super creep, annoying, horrible asshole.
Right.
Voiced by Jiraiya.
Okay.
And there's a scene where he's taking a call from some people, and he's interrupted as he's in a dark room watching a TV screen, pulling tissues out of a tissue box.
Right.
And he's staring at kittens playing with yarn.
Okay.
And he's just pulling tissues out of that box and going, "Why are you interrupting me during my private time?"
Okay.
And it was like...
He was crying because it was adorable.
Oh. Sure. Yeah, I don't think that's what it was. It was fucking weird. So anyway...
All right, well, I like to look at cute animal videos because they make me have, like, my uterus swell up and have baby. It came out way worse than I thought it was going to be.
Can we just talk about... Can we just talk about Reggie and his, and his ideas?
Oh, man, that just... All the words were in the wrong order.
Did you know that... Did you know that years ago, before the Wii, when Reggie joined Nintendo,
Yeah.
some Nintendo people were suggesting that they paint their toilets like Yoshi, and Reggie told them that was a bad idea
That was a
and that
terrible
they
idea,
shouldn't
guys.
do that.
You shouldn't do that.
And they were like, "Are you sure? We think it's a really good idea." And then Reggie said, "No, don't do that. Only villains do that."
Yeah, don't do that.
And they're like, "But what about all these Yoshi toilets we made?"
Throw them out.
But like, they're the Japanese toilets that can like heat up and
Throw them out.
they squirt the water at
Okay,
you.
so the actual story is that some people at Nintendo wanted to age up the Nintendo logo to be edgier and more mature.
It was the WWE Attitude Era.
Oh, fuck.
And people in Nintendo, remember that era when everyone was making fun of Nintendo for being all baby games?
I do.
We lived through it.
We did.
I remember yelling people down from their towers.
I did that
about stupid kid games and how cool GTA was, and how it can't be fun if it looks too childish. I'll let you you can work it out. You can work it out.
I'm so tired.
Whatever you need to do.
I'm good. I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
You're completely right about
Okay.
what you're saying.
Okay. I'm going to continue talking, and then you're going to burst out laughing in the middle of the next
That's
sentence.
fine. I'm
Okay.
in my own world right now.
That's fine. So, during that era, everybody felt like it was really just
I'm sick of it.
too much to deal with, and the pressures were mounting, and they said, "God damn it, we need to be edgy for the kids. We need to change our logo. So let's try ditching this oval Nintendo red logo and let's try graffiti styles.
Oh, geez, I didn't read that deep into it. That sounds awful.
Yeah. Graffiti styles and things that age up the logo. And, well, Reggie says he put a stop to that and said, it's not our brand. Don't be ridiculous.
It's a fucking terrible idea.
And he stopped it.
Good job, Reggie.
So apparently even before he said the catchphrase and got popular off of it and used it to swing his way all the way up to the top,
Yeah.
he was pushing decisions like that.
What's wrong with you?
Good for Reggie. On the same podcast where he talks about that, he also he credits that decision with paving the way for the Wii and the Switch, and is like, all right, relax.
All right.
Relax, buddy.
Calm down.
Chill. All right. But admittedly, edging up that logo would have probably been a bad idea.
It would have been terrible.
You can edge
it would have looked so like pathetic.
Yeah. You could edge up your catchphrases all you want with, play it loud.
That's my favorite one still all this time.
Yeah. You can go all in on the words underneath the logo, but it would have been a mistake. In the end, games won out, because it turned out that games that were dark and serious were just they don't have to be every game now. It was a new thing that we weren't used to. So once that is properly saturated.
Once we passed by that dark, edgy era.
Saturation. It's a new thing, and then it's done. So now we can have darker games and we can have lighter games. But, the urge to give in, to cave to fads, trends, and feelings of the moment, despite the fact that they're short-sighted, is very high.
Don't chase trends, man. Trends are lame. Be stuck in your ways. That's the trick.
Don't you have a dab emote?
I do.
Cool.
That's not chasing a trend.
No, it's corrupting it.
Yeah. I did that on purpose to ruin it for the kids.
You did. You told me
I need to find some new thing that the kids like that I can also ruin. Do you remember? You must have met someone. Oh God.
That had the discussion with you,
Jesus.
because I've had this discussion with more than one person. The person who said that there should be a modern day Zelda. Have you ever had this talk with somebody?
I was that person once.
Okay.
But I had that discussion on the podcast.
Okay.
And I said they should make it a larger open world, and I basically described Breath of the Wild like
so I don't.
Oh, when you God. Oh God. No, now I know what you mean.
No, not Zelda as a modern creation
fucking Link has a motorcycle.
Updating the formula is forever what I agree with. And Link does have a motorcycle in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
I'm talking about 2020.
Yeah.
Link, Ganon, Zelda.
Yeah.
Modern day.
Yeah.
That conversation.
Terrible.
I've had it.
Terrible.
And I remember the people who wanted it. And I remember how utterly frustrating it was. Because it was someone who basically was like,
I like GTA.
I bought Madden. I got my GTA. And I used to like Zelda. I don't like it anymore. But you know what? I would if they did this to it. And you're like...
Every single time. It's always the same.
Okay.
What kind of games do you play? The game that I'm describing to you.
Yeah. And it's like, do you find or buy anything else or like any other type? Not really, no.
I think the most frustrating thing about that, because I've heard variations of that argument for many games, and it's always, I want all of my games to be in the same setting.
I want the things from my childhood to now be aged up to where I am.
Yeah.
And it's like, but those things exist where they were for a reason.
No.
That you liked when you were there.
I'm not secure enough in my adultness to play a game that is for all ages. It makes me feel insecure to play a baby game.
I mean, they didn't use as many polite words.
No, they didn't.
But it was that sentiment, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. I remember that discussion. I remember one of them in the art room in college. I remember one of them in high school.
It was the worst.
Yeah. And it was literally
Zelda was the worst one.
Precipitated by Rockstar releases.
Yeah. Every time it would come out, a GTA game would come out, and everyone would go, wouldn't it be amazing if these 10 games that all have unique art styles and settings took place in modern day and it was like gangs and stuff and like the mafia? No, that would be terrible.
Why can't I put a hooker on Epona's back and ride to the back of the windmill and get rupees for it?
Because that's a fucking stupid idea, Jimmy.
Whatever. You keep playing your baby shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I will. Thank you.
Yep. Let's take some...
I hated those people.
They were very hateable.
Well, they still exist. You know what they exist as?
People that don't really play games anymore.
This is what this game would look like if it was made in the Unreal Engine.
Unreal Engine, yeah.
Every single time.
UE.
It's always the funniest thing in the world. Could you imagine if Pokemon was made with the Unreal Engine?
Only if we're in that same field of grass and rocks with a perfect skybox. It's
always the same location, and they just drag the models in.
Nintendo, hire this man immediately.
Every time. It's fucking...
Straight to World Star Hip Hop with a bunch of crying emojis. All right.
It's always the default Unreal Engine settings, too.
Hire this man.
It sucks.
For what? For opening up UE for 40 seconds and dropping a model?
Finding a high-end like Zelda model and just dragging it in?
Anyway. We're still, for the most part, past it. Because there's room in genres for all kinds.
Yeah.
I
mean, shit, you're a great example of this. Like, Kirby is about as, like, overtly, aesthetically for baby as anything could be, because he's a fucking pink marshmallow that makes baby noise.
Correct.
But you love that shit, and you're secure enough in your adultness and your masculinity or whatever to be like, yeah, I love my pink marshmallow.
My Pollo.
He is my boy.
I'm secure in my Pollo.
Why Pollo?
That's what he says.
Oh, okay. But that becomes like nicknamey, or
no? Kirby says Pollo.
No, but I mean like that becomes like a noun.
Yeah, it's like Pika P.
Oh, okay.
Pollo could be anything. Pollo is a state of mind.
All right. Okay, that one's a little weird, but all right, fair enough.
It's an omni word.
Yeah. You wish it was an omni word. It's not an omni word.
For Kirby, it is.
Yeah. Is Kirby like... You would know. Is Kirby like fucking stupid? Or is he just a baby?
He is eternally childlike, but also a being of instincts.
Okay. So he's not like... Okay.
It's just... It's simple impulses.
All right.
Food.
Eat.
Friends.
Okay. Don't eat friends.
Sleep.
All right. Got it.
You know that level of sapience that's closer to sentience?
Yeah.
Than sapience?
So like a lizard? Like an iguana?
But it's like you still grasp these concepts.
Right. But
you're just like, one word is my feeling, and that's it.
It's like a parrot?
That's it.
Okay.
Which is effectively like a baby.
Yeah.
When you really, if you do, it is a baby, yeah.
As we cycle back to babies are fucking stupid. I ain't never seen no baby do maths.
Kirby can't do math.
Yeah.
He can devour a universe, though.
Yeah. But how many universes did you devour, Kirby?
I mean, if you want to talk
That's not a real question, Wooly. It's not a real question.
Because there's a second, if you want to answer that.
It's not a real question,
you might be surprised with the answer.
If you want to send an email in, you can send that email down there to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
The answer is not 0.
That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That might be my favorite answer to asking what a number is. Because the answer of not 0 says really that you weren't asking for a number. You were asking a yes or no question in the context of a number.
Uh-huh. Yeah. That's all you need to know. Oh, let's take one here. Noah says, "Hello, dearest castle security beasts. I'm a nighttime mobile security guard in British Columbia. Let me tell you that bank truck drivers are totally justified in their jumpiness. Firstly, I work around the same time as they drive around bank to bank, and I have to lock up entrances from time to time.
Right.
I see the type of people who are out at this time, and they're either drunk stumbling out of bars, homeless shuffling about, or some combination of the two. If you're really unlucky, they'll be high on something like meth or drunk, and as we all know, these magical potions give you super armor in a way. I've had homeless people run at me with syringes. I've seen them yank them out of their arms, and yes, they have run the bank truck. They run at the bank truck drivers too. At least the drivers have a weapon to defend themselves. Regular BC security guards can't have any weapons at all. Heck, your flashlight has to be under a certain size and is made of plastic, and the steel-toed boots we need to wear because the burnt-out houses and construction sites would be considered a weapon if you get fired. If you fired your or blah. This is a run-on fucking sentence. I'm sorry. Considered a weapon and get you fired if you kick someone away, and that's just when they are stopped at a bank. Don't get me started, I guess, on the crazy ass drivers that come out at night and bank drive. I am just gonna stop. I'm getting tired reading it. I'm sorry, but the idea was there. Stuff. Sentence has not ended yet. Bank truck drivers have to share the road with these clowns. Okay, next sentence. Last week in my town, there was a head-on collision. It's going. Someone swerved into the oncoming lane. Long story. This is just... Okay, you know what? We get it. I've heard about how there are... The worst thing in America is the shanty towns in LA.
Yeah.
Close to 100,000 people homeless and whatnot. In Canada, it's BC.
Yeah, BC's got that problem.
I forgot what the name of Skid Row is.
It's bad.
But there's a name for the neighborhood.
There's a homeless fucking universe out there.
Noah, I believe it because you're also from the place where that is at its worst.
The description of a home. So I want to thank this person's email because I have had a long-standing nightmare, like phobia, paranoid delusion of what if someone just stabbed you with a syringe?
Yes. Because
what if?
Yeah. There's videos of
it happens.
People doing it.
It's not totally outside the realm of possibility, but adding in the bonus of they're running at you with a syringe in their arm.
Yes.
That they then pull out to stab you with has legitimately added a new level of fear to me right now.
Well, I'm sorry that you never stopped to think enough about it, but 5 out of 5 people attacking you with a syringe are confirmed meth heads coming at you.
That's not... No. I want to be really, really, really specific. It's not that they've used the syringe on themselves, because of course they have. They're reusing their needles, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference in my mind of, hey, what's that? And you turn and see a man with a syringe in his hand coming at you.
Mm-hmm.
There's a wild difference between that and a man running at you with a syringe dangling out of his inner elbow.
Yes.
And then grabbing it, pulling it out
from the holster,
and then coming at you
because it's fresh.
Because it's just way more real now.
If the air was supposed to kill off anything, it didn't have a chance to.
Also, I want to point out that a lot of people probably don't remember this story because I told it maybe 8 years ago. One of the reasons why I'm extra so double afeared of this scenario is that when I worked at the grocery store, we'd have homeless people that would get into scuffles with employees. And I remember one time my supervisor, Amy, got into a scuffle with one because he was stealing something, and he bit her. And then she had the wonderful experience of going down to the hospital and getting the full barrage of tests.
You have to know.
Wondering, did I just catch everything?
Did he break skin?
Yeah, totally. And luckily enough, came back all negative, totally fine. But that was a fun day for everyone at work. Right?
Yeah.
So like I got to see like face to face. I was there when it happened.
Yeah.
And like somebody could just take something and hit you, and there goes 10 years of your life in a second.
Out of fear.
Yeah, just out of the fear.
Just out of the fear. Yeah. Oh, man, it's really hard not to curb stomp a motherfucker after that happens. But you don't want to do it. But
if people weren't there, I'm sure she would have.
It's really hard to not just go all fucking wild. Like, it's such an unbelievable escalation. You know what I mean?
The human bite?
Yeah, it's like the person has to know that they deserve anything that happens after that. You know? You have to. Yeah.
Ooh, I'm getting a real nice feeling in my stomach right now.
At least taste.
It's the butterfly's shittier cousin, Panic.
Yeah. And it's like, like if you're going for the bite means you're super not right. You're not all there, but God, you just that's a stomping. That's a stomping. All right. Anyway, Tom says, "Dear Chewbacca and Unkar Plut, correction concerning your description, Pat, of the ending of the 6th day. You brought it up twice and got it wrong both times.
Sick.
Main villain is dying from a stomach wound. He copies the memory, but the clone comes out early and deformed.
Yeah.
There is not another clone after that. The deformed clone, which is a physical manifestation of how evil the character looks on the inside, symbolism, proceeds to strip the clothes off of the dying version of himself and talk shit to his dying double as he does it.
Okay.
Like Pat, this scene freaked me out and stuck in my memory. It's a great scene from a mediocre action flick."
It's funny because I remembered it wrong, but the horror was still there in my mind.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked
Just
up.
like
still.
cloning yourself or teleporting yourself or any of these things, it's not eternal life. It's just a duplicate.
All right, we got one here. Dear Castle Russell Bros, recent talk of hustles brought up a happy memory from high school. Friends and I had free unscheduled period during senior year.
Cool.
We'd sneak out and wander around downtown for an hour every day. One day we stopped at a Rite Aid to get a 24-pack of Mountain Dew. Billy noticed, for my friend Billy during our physics class, he was doing his own separate hustle. And I saw something that seemed too good to be true. They were selling 6 2-liter bottles of soda for $1.
Oh my God.
Tahitian Treat, Verner's, A&W Cream Soda, Ginger Ale. Nothing super popular, but a steal nonetheless.
That's ridiculous.
We carried as much as we could and loaded it up to the trunk of our car. Came back and got more until they ran out of stock. We sold 2 liters for $1 during lunch for the next month. All in all, we made about $40 and still had a trunk full of soda to last the rest of the school year. So hearing the soda locker story was very nostalgic and brought about a weird craving for Verner's ginger beer. Nowadays, the only money I make on the side is by doing hentai commissions, but I still have kids, which really limits how often I have time for that. All right. Young hustle.
Enjoy your work. That is a hell of a steal.
You got to do it.
That's free money.
You got to do it.
You could have sold that for almost anything and made money off of it.
You can't not do it. Dear Castle Super Beast Ballers, in the last episode of the podcast, there was a passing line about the penalties of baseball cheating that caught my attention. Pat brought up killing the team, not the players, as a penalty for cheating. That sounds ridiculous, but there actually is such a thing as a death penalty in sports. In college sports, the NCAA has the power to ban a school from competing in a sport for at least 1 year. This is the harshest penalty a team can receive, and as such, it's only been used 5 times in the history of college sports. Most notably, the death of Southern Methodist University's football program. SMU athletes were paid $50 to $725 a month, and after 7 probations, the NCAA brought down the axe. SMU's football program was erased from the public eye from 1988 to 1990, which doesn't seem that bad at first glance. However, between the stigma brought on by the high-profile scandal, the lack of activity for 2 years destroyed the program, and there weren't enough players to form a football team after the death penalty was lifted. The earth was raised and the ground salted. The SMU's entire conference collapsed thanks to the PR brought on by the scandal. They didn't return until 2009, so they haven't been doing much since coming back from the dead. There's a cool documentary on it. I don't even like football, and I thought it was awesome. Still unsure if it's worse than being pitted against a team of Mustangs, though. Stay awesome from Hobag69.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the death penalty stuff with sports.
So, in particular...
And I remember vividly because there was a school that did not get the death penalty, which was Penn State, when it came out that everybody knew and was covering up dozens of child rapes.
Yep.
And all the way up the chain and the coaching and all that shit.
Uh-huh.
And somehow they didn't give that school the death penalty for their sports program.
Yes.
Which was the most outrageous shit that I could think of in terms of college sports. Especially after you just mentioned that the team that did get a death penalty was for the players getting paid.
The infraction here was the under-the-table paying of players, or rather... incentivizing people to join their school by paying them off the books
because college students are not allowed to make money off of college ball, even though the school makes a shit zillion dollars.
Fuck to begin with, right? Bribing people to come to your school, sure, get it. That's the problem.
Also known as a scholarship.
Yes, exactly.
Football players who can barely read are given full class scholarships.
Yeah.
Like,
get a shoe deal, though.
Yeah, eventually.
You get a shoe deal as much as you want. Yeah, fucking outrageous, but that's not changing. And, that's been bullshit for years. So, you see those, we saw the fucking video games where it's your likeness is owned by us.
Oh, they apparently passed a law says that the players can get paid now for their work.
When was that?
Recent. Because... must have been over that kerfuffle last year or the year before. Remember when the unions were all getting all pissy about it?
I heard the kerfuffle when there was the video game thing. That's the last time I heard about it.
I believe it was over that.
Yeah. It was what do you mean you can use our likenesses and, that's it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That must have led to something.
It's if the NCAA...
Oh, only in California. Oh, wow.
If the NCAA was not, aggressively being as fucking grubby as possible about making money off of the thing that they don't have to pay for. You know what I mean?
I would like to call out our American audience for a moment.
You're sitting forward and making your righteous indignation face.
I am so fed up with something. It's not a big deal, but it's so annoying. Hey, isn't it like this in the States? And then people go, no, it's not. And then invariably it comes down, well, yeah, it is in this part. And it's like you guys don't know that the other states exist. That thing went, they're totally allowed getting paid. Pat, you're super wrong. And then it's oh no, wait, they're actually banned from getting paid in 49 out of 50 states. Right? But the people who live in California are oh yeah, they changed it. Totally.
It's almost like a union.
Almost like it's a union of different states.
That are just, united in some way, but also still different.
Yeah.
United Cities of America.
Yeah. See, that's understandable.
Yeah, that's crazy. God, fuck that. Fuck that exploitation. That is fucking out of control.
You should go play ball in California, apparently, is what I'm hearing from this.
I will not play ball. You cannot make
Not
it.
you. You killed that guy.
Last one here I'll take from Sean, who says, hey guys, Sean here. I'll probably fuck up explaining this, but I can't speak in music. Regarding music heard in anime and games in Japan, do you ever find they kind of sound the same, if only for a few seconds every now and then? I'm talking about composition, not necessarily vocals. The same melodies being incorporated into different songs.
Yeah, they're all pop music.
Not asking if similar music has ever been written. Of course it has, but rather that if you've never noticed what I'm talking about, I find I notice it more in Japanese pop culture songs than anywhere else. Apologies if it's hard to follow. I'm not very knowledgeable about music.
Oh, absolutely.
Love the show. Keep up the content.
There's an old comedy bit of a Canadian like music comedy bit where they describe all the pop songs you can write with the same 4 chords.
Pachelbel's Canon. That thing is the basis of many pop songs, and there's 2 videos about it actually. There's one video with a dude who's kind of going through multiple songs and repeating the story about how every song he hears just reminds him of being in classical music training school, and how it's like, oh god, I can't escape it. And the other video is the Axis of Awesome, which is the 3 guys.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking
who
of.
are doing their like
the 4 chords.
Yeah. And they also sing the song "I'm more than a bird, I'm more than a plane, I'm a bird plane."
Yeah.
A motherfucking bird plane. Can't stop me, I'm a bird plane. Yeah, that was a funny one too. There's 2 really good videos about it. But ultimately,
you're not crazy. Many musics sound similar.
But with this in particular, even though you said not necessarily the vocals, but the vocals too, because in particular, there's definitely an OP feeling, right?
Oh, yeah.
The OP feeling is your high-pitched female vocalist, doing Sora Iro Days or Kawashi Tai, and whatever. And it's a lot of what turns into Hatsune Miku style music.
Has the lead up and then a big pop and then it fades down so that you can get the characters.
Right. And in a lot of cases, it'll go into a kind of like pop metal sound that is, it accelerates in a pretty
not every anime
way.
can have the fucking like grunge death metal of like, what's it called again?
Maximum the Hormone?
No. It's your guy's fault I'm not popular.
Oh, Watamote.
And Watamote.
Yeah, sure. But there's that, and then there's the some of them go into like you'll get like a violin, or in some cases you'll get like a piano, but then it'll kick back into this. It's
there's an ancient fucking Brian Posehn music video called Metal by Numbers.
Yeah.
Which is the same bit, but for metal.
Yeah. Metal by Numbers was also really funny. Yeah. It's taking you through the steps of...
Yeah, this is how you write a metal song.
This is how you write a metal song, yeah. I think what was the thing? Is he growling, or...
This is the Wookiee part.
Yeah. It was really good. It was really funny. And then the other version of that, I would say, is the male vocalist version.
Yeah.
Which is almost the same thing, except it goes into Bleach second OP, kind of... Like that's the template. Ian, like
99 out of
right
of the fucking Naruto.
It's got to
openings.
be like over no music no music bed whatsoever, and then a kick in, and then the rock starts up.
There's something really. You just reminded me of one of my favorite Pro ZD bits, where they're playing music in the car. And I was, oh, hey, this song's cool. What's it from? Oh, it's this band. A lot of people don't know about it out in Japan. It's like, no, I asked you what it's from. Naruto.
Yeah. Which is all the more why we can appreciate when we hear something like The Pillows.
Yeah.
Or anything by Masaki Endo.
Yeah.
Because you're like, fuck yeah, let's get that in there. Or Jam Project.
Yeah, Jam
right?
Project.
Those are 3 things that have become their own genres into themselves. But, well, no, that's not true with The Pillows. But, I mean, either way.
Yeah, The Pillows, the brand new genre of Weezer.
No. Sorry. I mean to say that, like, they were unique enough to anime at the time that it was, like, it made a big impact. And I was like, oh, that's so not typical.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. But we totally know exactly what you're talking about. And it is basically what is popular. Because if you go to Japan and you are walking around, it doesn't have to be associated with anime OPs or games. You will hear music like that just playing in different places. You'll see it on like ads and in movies, and It's all over the place. Go watch a movie trailer. They always do that thing where they switch up to like 4 different songs in the trailer.
I hate that.
It's so annoying. The
Why
tone
do
is fucking wrecked every time because when it gets to the action part, they got to play the action music for 15 seconds.
It's like the least subtle thing that could ever exist.
And then switch over to the soft music for the soft moment. Like, what are you doing switching music in 30 seconds? Anyway.
Japan's crazy, man.
Never change. Okay, well, I'm good with that.
Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, Wooly, where can they check Wooly out?
They can check Wooly out on Wooly Versus. Once again, Table Lords, role-playing adventures, Spec Ops: The Line, Death Stranding. I have 5-starred every single prepper on both maps.
Wow, you did more than me.
Besides the preppers I found.
Did you get the little Monster Energy keychain?
Sure did.
Isn't that hilarious?
Yeah, what does it do?
I think it
permanent status boost, stamina boost.
It makes your stamina decrease a little slow. You can look at what they do.
Yeah. They give you a little description.
I think it makes your stamina last longer.
Yeah. So that continues over on Wooly Versus, and of course the stream. You can tune in on twitch.tv/Wooly Versus, where that all continues, as well as the podcast. Wooly will figure it out, which you can check out
when it comes out.
When it comes out, which it comes out to the regular channel, but it also, you can just subscribe to it like a regular podcast at woolywillfigureitout.com.
All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow on Angriest Pat on Twitch for more Resident Evil 0, which sucks.
But Rebecca, though.
She's cool. Billy's cool. Everything else sucks. Yeah.